Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we are holding session number 460, and today's session is sponsored by our generous donors and patrons. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you, and key token packs, and so on and so forth. Players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and grant your player characters 460 points, as today's session 460. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Hang Mai in Central Adria, and they had just dropped off Ushas into her temple, her seat of power. And it was Asher and Company's turn.
So, coming up beside Tenzi, and seeing Shandrak ahead, Asher will say, I don't want to hate to dawdle too much. We still have a lot of work to do, but there is some business I would like to attend to in order to try to strengthen our position before we proceed. Is there anything that you guys want to get done?
Tenzi says, I have two things that I would like to do. One can wait for a few weeks. The other one I could do at any time now. And I know that Musashi would like to get some training. I think that is all for us.
Asher nods. Shandrak?
Well, what were you thinking of, Asher?
She kind of shrugs one shoulder and says, "Well, I learned a lot on our journey in the Water Temple. We fought many enemies, and I feel like I'm on the edge of a breakthrough, but I'm having trouble processing maybe some of the things that, like, it's like my body knows it, but my mind can't quite get there. And I recently trained with someone in Enervia City, and I feel like if they help me work through that, maybe I might be able to kind of like fully digest those lessons. And this one would take longer, so it might not be worth it for now, depending on what you guys want to do. I have this book, and you know I love books, and I feel like if I spend some time with it, that I might also develop. It's a really long book, and I feel like it's gonna take a month. But like I said, it's a long time, so if that's not the kind of time you guys want to devote to it, I can do this at any time.
Okay. Yeah. Uh. Yeah. The month might be a bit much, but
Yeah.
if Kenzie you want to take a week or so to improve yourselves, I'm not against that. In fact, if you're going to Enervia, I'd like to join you in Enervia.
Yes, of course.
Although before we leave, I just remembered I have one more question I'd like to ask Ushas before we go.
Asher nods and motions her head that way and says, "Yeah, by all means." She was doing some kind of thing, sitting on her.
And
I'm sure I won't bother her.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh yeah, Lao Tzu is over here meditating. Okay. Asher, you notice Lao Tzu, kind of like he's got his eyes closed, you know, and he's going like And he kind of peeks out one eye, and then closes it again.
When he peeks that one eye, Asher winks at him real quick. I see you.
And Kenzie and company.
And said, yeah, I think Musashi and I will only need a week each. So, did you want to? So I could do mine anywhere, although I thought I would do it at my temple, but I could do mine anywhere. Musashi is going to go to one of the masters he's met. I'll let him decide on that. It's for training.
Well, maybe you if you could do it anywhere, then maybe you should just keep an eye on Musashi and stay with him while you're doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And out of game, I'm sorry, I don't understand fighters very well. So, is Varen eligible to become a Grandmaster if he trains at this time?
Yeah, if he can find a longsword grandmaster, and the grandmaster agrees to train with him,
Cool.
yeah, he'd be able to train.
Trying to think if he knows where one is.
I think he's level 9 or higher.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure he's higher than that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's long overdue for longsword grandmastery.
Okay.
Right.
Was it Alien that we had heard of? Oh, I've heard of somebody, but
I
I don't
remember
remember in my
him
notes.
being at least a high master. I don't remember if he was a grandmaster or not.
Okay. Alright. Thank you. A week sounds good, and it sounds like it'll take my crew a couple of days to finish offloading our merchandise.
Stallion. Okay. Whew. I was like, my character sheet is not loading.
And then is
Yes.
she Gita Musashi's
You
person trained?
guys heard that Thalion was a eligible high mastery instructor.
Oh, okay. High mastery. Gotcha.
Is Varen not a high master yet?
He is high master.
Okay. And then
I don't recall having heard of a grandmaster at this point. Then.
yeah, Tenzi, what was your question?
Musashi's first teacher is she Gita? Is he in Hang Mai? I didn't write down what city we've met him in.
That's this guy right here.
Oh, okay. So Musashi, since he's standing right next to him, will ask if he would have time to train Musashi to become a Grand Master.
He says, of course, as my former pupil, I will train you. However, I am responsible for guarding the Empress at this time, and your training will have to take place in this courtyard. Are these acceptable terms?
That is most amenable. That way I can help you in protecting the Empress as well.
Then I will begin your training at your leisure.
Thank you.
And he bows. Just with like a quick nod of the head.
And Musashi informs Tenzi that his former master has agreed to train him right here. And I think that'll be it for Tenzi.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak starts to turn back. Says kind of, excuse me, to Ishigita as he opens the door and goes back into the chamber.
He allows you to pass.
And Shandrak comes back up near the pedestal and says, Ushas, sorry. A thought occurred to me before leaving that I want to ask you. You were, when I was asking you about the Shogun, you said that he had magical arrows that were gifted to him by a power named Raiden. I've never heard of that power. What kind of power is that? What is he like?
Raiden is my sworn enemy and my competition for the throne.
He also wants to be Emperor of Adria.
Yes. And I'm sure he can accomplish that with the help of the Shogun, being that the Shogun is possessed by one of his servants. Most definitely.
Interesting. What kind of power is this, if I may ask? You say you're the sun. What is he?
Raiden is the god of thunder and a patron of fletchers, a constant companion of someone's. He loves nothing better than beating his drums while the storm rages. When he wishes, he can beat these drums so loudly that they act as drums of panic. Raiden is fond of eating human flesh and receives a meal anytime a man is slain by an arrow. He can send a lightning bolt to attack anything on Earth. I mean, Solynod Hex. In his true form, Raiden has a horned, grotesque head and long, vicious-looking claws.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The last description, what he looked like? He had a horn.
Long, vicious-looking claws.
Wow.
Raiden's avatar takes the form of a swarthy-skinned brute with a deformed face.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully that will. I can imagine that coming in handy.
She
and
bows in the form of a quick nod of the head.
yeah, Shadrach, he doesn't give a full bow, but he'll nod his head back. And he will exit out chamber. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Somehow I teleported out the chamber instead of going through the door. Could you nudge me out of the wall?
Very talented wizard.
Thank you. And Shadrach will share the information he gathered of that god Raiden with the group. Yeah, maybe that Shogun has gone over the dark side if he's got a power like that. That's a patron for him.
Asher says, yeah, I didn't have a lot of hope for him, but I guess part of me wondered if he might be under an undue influence, like my former fiance was. But if he invited this power to dwell within him, then that's obviously going to be, we're going to be at odds.
Yeah. What do you want to do now then? So you wanted to go to Enervia, and I guess Tenzi, Musashi's training here. So do you want to just stay here with Musashi?
Yeah. Can we use your safe house, or is that kind of full? I probably would have my entire party there.
Oh no, that's fine. I bought a good sized house. You can stay there. That's what it's for.
All right. So that is our plan. Musashi will train daily for the next week, and Tenzi will start reading the book that he has.
And Shadrach will say, was it Varen or Tenzi? Did somebody say they had one more dimensional folding?
Oh, I have a lot today.
Yeah, it's a new day. I have a couple.
Oh, okay, cool. So then, I guess let's just can head over to my place and then portal out.
Ishigida says, Wasashi!
Yes, master.
Strike the target!
He doesn't waste any time, does he?
Right, we're getting right to it. And so he comes over and takes a stance and begins to practice.
And he comes over and says, No! All wrong! Like this! And he kind of re-teaches you how to hold the sword and everything. And he says, Now, with loud ki, strike the target.
Yeah.
Why you not strike target? I tell you, strike target! And you could actually roll an attack.
Oh, okay.
No! All wrong! Use both hands! Like this! And he shows you how to hold it with two hands.
He will make an attempt. Another attempt. Oh. Gotta change weapon. People don't have two-handed up on the top.
Yeah. Test, test, test. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Test, test. Test, test. Okay. Pow.
Then he does another ki cry and attempts it two-handed after sheathing his wakizashi.
Very good. Keep doing this. And he goes over to the wall next to the door and leans up against it. Kind of watches in from the shade. And end of round. First up is Asher.
Asher turns to Chandrak and says, "Not a bad idea, portaling from the safe house, or dimensional floating from the safe house. While we're there, and if they're too busy, I understand, but I'd be willing to pay you for the service." She looks at Varen and says, Varen has talked to me about wanting to progress in his training. I don't think we'll have time to find someone to help him and for him to accomplish that in just this 1 week, but I wonder maybe your people could put out some feelers about where he might be able to find a trainer for this next step.
Oh, you trying to see if I can find maybe a grandmaster for him?
Yes, please. And there could and if you're able to help us with this, there's some, and she kind of like the word feels she kind of has this weird mouth motion as she says it. Shink. Your future.
You're learning.
you like enunciates it too precisely.
But no, definitely. I'll definitely inform Ezane. I'm sure they can come up with something.
Great, thank you. And with that, she and her people will head toward the safe house. Guess they'll mount it.
And the avatar of Lao Tzu gets up and brushes off his hands and picks up his staff, and he walks over to this target and watches as Musashi beats the hell out of it, cutting it up and whatnot. Next is Tenzi and Company.
He tells Musashi, when you're done with your work for the day, we will be at the safe house. You can meet us there. I think perhaps Ashriel and Zalman will accompany the party that goes to Nervia City. They probably want to drop off some donations to ISIS there, but I will be at the safe house studying. Of course, and that'll be it for us.
All right, Shandrak and Company.
Okay. Starting to head back to my place. My people will start to get back onto their horses, and Gargamon kind of comes down a ways. And he's like, Yong, come here, Yong, let's go. And Yong will start to follow. And then my other people are just getting onto their horses.
All right, end of round. It's 2:37 a.m. First up is Asher and Company.
Asher looks around. That we've been here pretty recently, but she kind of points that direction. Is that right, Chandrak?
Yeah, I remember. It's should be in the northwest corner of the city.
Asher nods. And says, "If you lead, then I'll follow."
Okay.
And she'll wait. She'll wait for Chandrak.
All right. Next up is Tenzi.
Musashi continues his training. He keeps a wary eye on Lao Tzu to see if Lao Tzu is going to try to do something to him while he's in training to, like, distract him.
Smart.
Tenzi will get on his horse and say, whenever you're ready, Shandrak will follow. And that's it for us.
All right, next up is Shandrak.
Alright. Chandrak says, alright then, this way. And start heading to the safe house. Make it to this next intersection. Just kind of waving people down to follow.
End of round. Next up is Asher.
Asher, seeing the direction Tenzi went, will motion everybody to head that way, and they will do so.
So your servant Maldrita
Nice.
makes herself known atop the wall up here, and you see her kind of hop down the other side behind the gate, and you hear like a click click, and this door opens.
Nice.
And next up is Tenzi and Company.
We will ride up along with the other.
And Shanrak and Company.
Alright. Chandrak will start to enter into the courtyard. Oh, and I see my faithful followers. And once I enter in, Chandrak will say, hello everyone. We've had a wonderful mission accomplished since we've been gone.
And
Mm-hmm.
Colt says, "Hey, boss," and his sister Maldrita, or sorry, Ezane, comes up to you and says, "Boss, I've got a scoop."
Oh, wonderful. I always love to hear your scoops.
One of the Demonomicons is at the fire temple east of the water temple in the mountains.
Well, I'm glad to hear you confirm this, but I actually heard that myself from 2 different sources.
Oh, from where?
Well, once from when we were in the temple, which, by the way, that Yuan-Ti temple was actually a water temple. When we were in the water temple, there were some dragons we rescued, and Brian Druid was able to talk to them, and they told us about the book. And then, when we killed the last demon in the temple, we had an interesting visitor. He said he owned the temple, and that his name was Lao Tzu, and that he told us about his other temple, the Fire Temple. He's actually joined us. He'll be arriving shortly with the rest of the group.
That makes sense. we heard the two temples were linked somehow.
Yeah, fire and water. Makes sense to me.
It makes sense now. It didn't make sense then. At least for us.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know there was a fire temple until the dragons told me about it.
We didn't even know until the last 24 hours. Glad you're safe, boss.
It's good to have this confirmed, though. That's good. I do have another task for you, though. One of the bashers in our group, Varen. He's pretty good. He's actually a high master in the longsword. I was hoping if you might be able to find a grandmaster somewhere that'd be willing to train him.
Oh. Well, it's gonna take some time and money. We're a little low on fundulation right now.
Ah, you are. Well, how much do you think that might take?
Let's see here. Well, it could take anywhere from 1 to 6 days. And unfortunately, it's gonna cost a lot of money each day. About 1,000 gold.
Sorry, say that again. You think it might take a week or 2 weeks?
Anywhere from 1 to 6 days.
Okay. 1 to 6
Tops.
days.
Tops 6 days. But each day is gonna cost about $1,000. 1,000 gold coins.
Well, that may
In
not
bribes
be a
and
problem.
whatnot.
I understand. We are looking for a person of importance. That may not be a problem. Our Asher already offered to pay. I'm sure she'll be happy to chip in for this. They'll be arriving any minute now.
And there's gonna be a chance that we fail. This subject's a little.
Yes.
The subject's a little bit out of our expertise. And we might fail.
Well, I trust you. You haven't steered me wrong yet.
Very well. We can start as soon as possible.
Yes. Let's just let Asher and stuff come so we can iron out the details. But yes, you can start within the day for that.
Right on, boss. We'll be waiting.
And time now is 2:39 a.m. First up is Asher.
Okay. Asher and her people are gonna ride on in. Oh. Courtyard. Oh, is the door closed now?
The right door's open.
There we go. It's open.
Okay. Asher will.
So Shandrak, what I'm doing basically is I'm using the Sage rules from the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Okay.
Because it was requested information. So I feel that an intelligence network should be able to function similarly to Sages, and it's
Yeah.
the cool thing about it is a Sage network that's available to you at places you choose. So you buy the safe houses, and then you have access to them at those safe houses rather than having to go to like a big library or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
So it's a little bit more convenient. But that's because it was requested information.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of been using them as like quest givers for you.
Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah.
And also a pool of NPCs that you can bring with you on adventures. Yeah, I feel that they should be able to give you Sage information. So, probably a little bit more effective than Sages, though, because they are probably going to be, questions about current stuff rather than things that have to be researched. So,
Yeah.
although there may be a combination of research and word of mouth in their intelligence gathering on the subject, so I'm probably gonna beef up the percentage chances a bit because they in the Dungeon Master's Guide they are pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
So what that does is it makes it so that you have to go to, you get lucky on the first library, and roll a 1 on the percentage chance or whatever, and get it. Some of the percentages, I mean, the subjects are really vague. It's basically like types of science, pretty much. And, well, arts and sciences, that is. And the percentage chances, in my opinion, are pretty low, so I'm probably going to beef those up. It's just choosing a subject, depending on what your question is going to be kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. That's obviously GM fiat right there. But I will beef up the percentage chances so that they are successful more often than Sages, because Sages are supposed to be like, you hear about these different libraries around the world, and then you go there and hire the Sages to do research to answer one of your questions.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes X amount of days depending on a die roll, and it costs 1,000 GP a day, so it can be really expensive. And then at the end of the time period, they can still fail.
Yeah.
And you pay them by the day, basically. Like every morning you go in and pay them 1,000 gold, and then they work for the whole day researching on the subject, like as a team. And at the end of the time, they can still fail. And the percentage chances here are pretty low,
Mhm.
in my opinion. So I'm gonna beef those up, but they still might fail because
Yeah,
even
there's
if
a
I
chance. Yeah.
beef these up, yeah, there's a chance they could still fail. All right. Yeah, Asher and Company.
I don't see Jim, but I also don't have. Can't see the lower part of the map, so I don't think he's there unless I just don't have sight on him. Which is fine. I can just drop a new one, but I don't want to mess up your map.
The only way I'm gonna be able to find him is if I add every single token on the board to the turn order.
I don't want you to do that.
Well, I already did it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now every single token is on the turn order. Find Jim.
Oh, I found him. Okay, I found him. He's on a horse's head, which is a weird spot. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh,
thank
he
you.
really blends in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone's going
Yeah,
to.
he's right here.
Yeah, I found. Thank you. Okay, so everyone's going to ride up and dismount next to the safe house. And I don't think Asher was close enough to hear the conversation, so she just kind of like looks around and sighs and is like, "Man, we barely even stayed on the Ivory Dagger long enough to any longer than it took to take a nap because we wanted to get the Empress back. Oh, it's nice to be back in civilization, and man, could I use a bath."
Yeah. Sorry, I don't think I have a tub in here.
Asher's eyes get slightly teary.
Let's
Although
take a
good.
quick 3-minute break, and we'll come back and finish the conversation. Be right back in
Alright.
3. And we're back. Okay. Conversation with Jim.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Chandrak. Yeah, Chandrak says
Yeah.
that he.
So when Asher comes back in, Chandrak says, "Oh, yeah, Asher, there you are. I was just discussing the request you made for Ezane.
Oh,
She
thanks.
does think that she would be able to potentially find a master for Varen. It would take somewhere between 1 to 6 days, and it would require 1,000 gold per day. Would you be all right with that?"
Asher looks over at Varen, and he looks hard at Izane, but then he nods and says, "My improvement is worth this information."
Understand, Varen. It is. We are looking for a Grand Master. There's not many of those. These things take time and money.
Ezane looks back over at Varen, and she kind of shakes her head and says,
For intelligence contingencies.
Varen, he had narrowed his eyes before, and now they get even narrower. You can barely see his pupils. But he nods and says,
and
shall-
she shrugs and she says,
Yeah.
It's gonna take a lot of bribes. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Varen says, if you were to lie to me, I wouldn't be able to detect it. And he says, how much gold shall you need? I shall pay for your service.
Well, at the most, it could take only 1,000, but it could take 6,000. So, if you have that, that would be best. I'm sure if you don't go through it all, you'll give whatever's left back to Varen, right, Ezane?
6,000 tops, but we still could fail.
Right.
Because sometimes we run out of leads.
Yeah. He says, it is a risk worth taking. I shall pay for the service, and I am sure that in this holy place, Usha shall smile on your endeavors and provide the information needed for her servant to better serve her. And yeah, he will, I guess, give Izane 6,000 gold.
"Oh, geez, just even though it might take 1 day or 2 days."
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how this transaction is supposed to work.
It's D6 days, and it's 1,000 GP
Okay.
each day.
Okay, so she'll just want 1,000 right now.
Yeah.
Well,
If you want, you could give Tenzi the 6,000. He'll give her 1,000 a day as needed, and give you
Terrific
the
idea.
rest back.
Yep. Terrific idea.
Oh, because you're gonna
Yep.
leave. Okay.
Well, Tenzi's staying.
Yeah, and you're leaving.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll go with Asher to Nervia City. Alright, yeah, I will mark that. 6,000 going to Tenzi.
So you're giving 1,000 to Ezane right now?
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
give 1,000 the same
1,000
rating.
to his, yeah.
Well, there you are, Ezane. Happy hunting.
And she takes the money and kind of nods and walks into the house. And you hear heated commotion coming from one of the back rooms. Her and she and Colt go into one of the back rooms. And it's kind of muffled. Anyone can roll for detect noise to hear what's going on if they want.
Asher does not want to know.
I would like to know.
You do hear Colt saying, "The halfling." Okay.
La, 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 la.
So it's a conversation. It's conversation where Colt doesn't want to dress up as a geisha, and he's mentioning Maldrita right here. Saying have her do it, and then suddenly Ezane changes her mind and like opens the door, and she's like, Maldrita, and Maldrita comes running into the house, and Colt walks out of the room, and Ezane and Maldrita walk in. And yeah, you can hear their conversation goes pretty smoothly. Like, you're gonna disguise yourself as a geisha, and infiltrate the local geisha house where that was. It was at the ramen house, right? That had the geisha. No, it was a geisha house. It was an actual geisha house.
Yeah.
So yeah, and she agrees. Yame brothel, that's what it was, and infiltrate the brothel to figure out if there's any leads there, because a lot of warriors that pass through might have connections to warriors in the west, and she needs to sink her feelers in. And then Colt comes out, and he starts rummaging through like a wardrobe over here, and he pulls out like a gi and kimono and hakama and some sandals and a shaving kit, and he fetches some water from outside and brings it in. He starts shaving his head so that there's only like a top knot, and he ties it up, and then he puts on the gi and the hakama and stuff, and he looks like a white Ronin almost. And then he starts contorting his face, and it's like he looks kind of like he's a mix of Panoplian and Adrian after that, and he just kind of holds the expression and walks out, and he's dressed in local clothing and everything. Could be, he could probably pass for like a Ronin or something. And on the way out, there's like an umbrella urn or whatever, and there's like this stage katana sticking out of it. Like, it doesn't even draw from the scabbard. It's just like a piece of wood that's kind of carved and painted to look like a katana, and he puts it into the belt of his kimono, and he's like the spitting image of a fucking Ronin. Just suddenly, and then he kind of he winks to you guys as he walks out.
Chandrak smiles and nods approvingly.
And disappears down one of the streets, or one of the alleys. Oh, wow. There's a lot of tokens on here now. Shit. There's like people's dinner on the turnover tracker.
Ramen bowls.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Yoshitaka and Tristan are still here. Those characters were originally named Yoshi and Stan, but I changed them to Yoshitaka and Tristan. Because they were some other player characters, and we only played for like, I want to say 6 or 7 sessions. That was like right in the beginning of Solynod Hex. Okay, so anything else for Asher and company?
No, Asher will, kind of, come over to this wall and settle in, and it's Chandrak's home, so she'll wait for him to finish his business.
All right, so Maldrita comes out of the room, and she goes over to the like disguise wardrobe, and she pulls out some hairpins and some sandals and some dainty white like socks almost, and white robe, kimono, and like a long like pink sash and some pink ribbons and a makeup kit, and she like quickly like dusts her face white and puts on red lipstick and like some black eyeliner and mascara, and puts her hair up like in a bun tied with a pink ribbon, and puts on the clothes, and ties her like sash up in a bow behind her back, so it's like she's a gift or something, like wrapped up in a bow, and she quickly waltzes out, and she puts like chopsticks in her hair as she's walking out, and she looks like maybe like a 10-year-old girl dressed as a geisha because of her height, because she's a halfling. She's 3'8" normally, but with those sandals she put on, they raise her height up to about 4'6". So she looks like a really short, like 10-year-old girl dressed as a geisha. which is
Asher,
a
like-
little off-putting.
Yeah, and Asher quietly considers too as she sees the chopsticks, because Tenzi showed her how to use chopsticks, but like she knows of like their purpose in eating food, so it's kind of like she saw someone like out of their hair with a fork, and she's like, deeply considering why someone might do this.
It looks like she did it on purpose. Like, I mean, most women, granted, in this part of the world, use like, they're almost like those needle things that women use for knitting.
Yeah.
Kind of. They have like a weighted ball. But this was the closest thing she had to that. And it actually is kind of a common thing to see people's hair done up with chopsticks, particularly women, in Andrea. So it's not
Asher
like
shrugs and chops it up to like one of the mysteries of the world she has yet to uncover.
Mm-hmm. It's not something you've never seen. You've seen other women in Andrea with their hair done up with chopsticks. So, but the off-putting part is now she's 4'6" and looks like a prepubescent girl dressed up as, you know, a geisha. And she too kind of disappears down one of the alleys.
I gotta stop coming over to Shadrach's house.
Anything else for Asher and company?
No, I'm good.
All right. Tenzi.
Tenzi will ride into the. It's right up to here. And then he'll ask Shandrak, would he be able to keep he and Musashi's horse here, or should he seek out a stable?
Yeah. You can keep them here if you'd like. You don't have to stable them. There should be room.
And I'll just have Musashi will bring oats every day when he's done with his training to take care of the horses. And then how much do you need for upkeep? I'll try not to be too much of a bother. I'm just going to be studying.
Izane says,
I'll tend your horses. They can eat the bushes.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Get some oats too.
Yeah, oats would help. They'd probably chew up the lawn eventually.
Yeah, I'll have Musashi bring some oats to supplement their diet.
Yeah, Shadrach says like, yeah, the horses can come, but yeah, if they can feed them oats if they'd like. I'd like my grass.
And then, so would you like something for upkeep, or are we good?
Oh, no, that's fine. You can keep
I'll
your
take
horses
care of
here.
it. Don't worry about it.
and Izane gives a double thumbs up and a cheesy smile. And she comes over and kind of closes the door. Locks it. And goes back in the house. Shuts the door. Disappears into one of the back rooms. Anything else for Tenzi?
Yeah, one more question for Shandrak. If you could just show me to a room where I can study, I will get started.
Ah, sure, no problem. There's a few rooms in my house. I can take you to one of them.
Right. So he'll hold. So Tenzi will hold his movement until Shandrak shows him the room. And that'll be it for us.
Next is Shandrak and Company.
So Shandrak will enter his house and say, "Come on, Tenzi, come in." And there it is. That was kind of weird.
Whoop, there it is.
And, and he'll come up and let's see. Yeah, he'll open the door. Zane is in actually, and he'll say, "Excuse me, do you mind if Tenzi takes this room? It's the only one with a window, so I think he might appreciate that."
So she's at a desk, like reading something on a sheet of paper that looks like it's handwritten, and she sets it down on her desk, and she says,
Sure, boss. He can stay in this room right here.
All right. And Shandrak will lead Tenzi up to the north room. You can study up in here.
Right. He'll go in, get his backpack down, get his book out, and say to Shandrak, "Good adventures. We'll see you in a week."
See you soon.
and the room's pretty small. It's got let's see. There's a mat for you to sleep on. One by two. There's a mat for you to sleep on right here. And there is a paper lantern hanging from the ceiling. That gives off light. Let's see. Equal to candle, or no, actually it's a lamp. It has oil in it, so that's I think 25 feet. And that's pretty much it. Like, outside the room, kind of up against the wall in the hallway is a wardrobe for you to keep your things in.
He'll just set his backpack down, kind of lean up in a corner, with his legs folded, sitting down, and with the book begin to read it.
Okay. And this is the disguise wardrobe. And these mats are what Adrian people sleep on. They're probably about 5 by 5.
Enzi has spent years sleeping on those kind of mats, so he is familiar.
Yeah. And Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Yeah, after we let Tenzi into his room and he's situated and we close the door, Shandrak kind of taps on Izane's shoulder and leads her into this other room.
And she comes into this room and closes the door. And you want it to be a private conversation?
Yeah, just a quick little thing. So
Okay,
Shandrak,
hold on 1 second. Just a second.
Uh-huh.
Does anyone want to roll to see if they can hear the conversation?
I'm good.
I do.
Okay. All right. What was the conversation about?
So Shandrak will set down his secret chest, and he'll open it up, and he pulls out the great Bardish of Baphomet, and he says, "This is a weapon of phenomenal power that we found in the Water Temple. For your safety, it's best if I tell you as little about it as possible, but I believe it is relatively safe here. I'm going to keep this here until the party has a method of destroying it." Tenzi floated around an interesting idea, but that won't be for some time for to do that. So until I come back and retrieve this, this door is to remain locked at all times unless you or any of my agents are in here.
Sure, boss. I'll take care of it.
This is a very dangerous weapon. You have to be careful. Keep this as secret as possible.
I won't touch it, though I will tell you this is the room I sleep in.
Well, we can. Well, luckily for you, it's I would say it's evil, but its evil is not damaging to the touch, so you shouldn't have to worry about that. But I do advise against touching it as little as possible.
Very well.
And Shandrak will close up his chest. And when you're... Oh, there it is. I see it. Alright. So yeah, he will close up his chest and open up the door and head back out.
And she kind of moves the mats away from the back wall and slides the Bardiche up against the back wall. Alright, now we can go back into voice channels.
Yep. Alright, and then, so Shandrak comes back out, and then, says, now before we go, and he sets his chest down, let me just send this back to the ethereal plane, so I'm not lugging it around everywhere. And Shandrak will begin to cast the Layman's Hidden Chest spell to send it back to the ethereal plane. So he will be starting that next round.
Alright. End of round. And Asher and company.
As she sees that Shandrak is casting a spell, and he told her what he was doing, she'll wait patiently for him to finish. Um, and oh, he's reading. She sees her. Her peers are engaged in some tasks that require their concentration, so she's gonna take her dagger and kind of start like just kind of stabbing the dirt. Just, and then she makes up a game where she like puts her hand in front of her and like brings the dagger down really quick between her fingers and like keeps trying to get between the fingers in between each of the in between each of them, just entertaining herself.
All right. Tenzi and company.
Musashi continue his training. Tenzi's going through that onto page 2 of the book. And Zalmond and Asher are just waiting to go to a nervy city. That'll be it for us.
Okay. And Shandrak Company.
And I will start casting Leoman's Hidden Chest, send it back to the ethereal plane. That'll take 10 rounds though, so you know, I don't got anything to do if you know, if we want to speed that up.
Okay. And does anyone else have anything to do? All right. So by 10 to 3, you have cast your spell. And you're going to want to update the daily routine to reflect that. Because your spell lasts for 60 days.
Oh, that's true. It
From
does
that
have,
point in time. Yeah. Holds 12 cubic feet worth of items weighing up to 99 pounds. In a chest that's, well, 12 cubic feet. Two feet by 2 feet by 3 feet. That's 12 cubic feet.
This was casted on September 23rd.
Yeah. At 10 minutes to 3 in the morning. Because, well, maybe 11 minutes to 3 because you started casting at 2:40 a.m. So it would take until 2:49 to cast it.
Alright, I got that saved on the routine.
And there were no spells in effect, so I'm just gonna skip forward to negative 49 minutes. So time now is 2:49 a.m. First up is Asher and company. Shandrak has just finished casting a spell, so this Leoman's Hidden Chest should be gone now, right?
Yeah.
And you updated the character sheet for it?
Yeah.
Alright. Yep, first up is Asher and Company. So 10 minutes passed.
Asher says, and if there's no other business, are we ready to go?
Yeah, just make sure to for Varen to give Tenzi that money to hold on to, and I think that's the last bit we need to do.
Yeah, so,
Oh, the galleon, I believe, is 50,000.
50, okay.
Yeah.
Almost there. Well, I guess. Close.
And
Asher
I
will come in
think
first.
the boat that you have is like 10,000.
Yeah.
Should be in the money and equipment section
Yeah.
of the player's handbook, yeah.
I swear I left there.
Equipment lists, and then you go to transport. So they've got the prices for barge canoe, small canoe or war canoe, that is. The caravel is 10,000. Common carriage, 150 GP. Ornamented one, 7,000. Riding chariot, war chariot. They got the coaster on here. The cog, which is essentially a caravel, but it's not. It's like medieval. The caravel is Renaissance, and then the cog is the medieval version of a caravel. And then the I think it's pronounced Curray. And then the Drakkar, Drummond, the galleon is 50,000. The Great Galley is 30,000. So the Great Galley is essentially the medieval version of the galleon. So we're beyond that technology now. We're in the galleon and caravel period.
Okay.
Except for other cultures are still using the Drakkar, the Longship, the Nar. The Northmen of Panoplia are still using longships and Drakkars.
Okay. Well, we're close. We're starting to get a little cramped on the ivory dagger. So Asher's beginning to give thought to what her future might look like on a big ass boat.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, so Varen will come in and find Tenzi somewhere. Found him.
Yeah. So, Ezane directs you to the back room. There.
He nods at her. And he sees Tenzi's reading, and he's a spellcaster. He knows a person who's concentrating when he sees him. So he's just going to deposit 5,000 gold next to him.
He kind of sees you out of the corner of the eye and he just nods and keeps on reading.
And Asher kind of hollers into the house. Bye, Tenzi. We're going. Be safe.
On the way out, you notice that Ezane's kind of like standing guard in front of the bedroom door there.
Gotcha. Alright, and then Varen will come back out and stare like very intently at this piece of real estate. And of course he moves, so he won't start casting, but he looks ready. That'll be good.
Yeah.
All right. Lao Su comes around the corner. At his regular walking pace, but his regular walking pace is really fast. So he's only slightly behind Yong. Next up is Tenzi.
Musashi and Tenzi continuing on with what they're doing, and Ashriel and Zalman just waiting for the word that we are going to depart.
And Chandrak and company.
Chandrak has asked Gargamon to get to kind of wrangle Yong up closer, and then when Yong is in front of my house, I will cast Reduce onto him. And once he's a 5-foot dino, Chandrak says, "Alright, now I'm ready."
Who's a cute dinosaur?
Okay, so he's normally 50 feet long. So slash R 50 times 12, 600 inches. And when you cast Reduce on 600 inches, he becomes 59 inches. Slash R 59 divided by 12. 4.9 feet. So he becomes a medium creature.
Alright. So Chandrak says, "I'm ready, but I want to take my horses and Yong though."
You don't want to take your horses and Young?
I do, I said.
Ah, okay. End of round.
Actually gives him a thumbs up.
And next up is Asher.
Okay. Varen will cast Dimensional Folding. To Nervious City.
Alright. I'm gonna call that studied carefully. Alright, no one is aged as you guys step through the dimensional folding. What part of the city do you want to fold to?
Close to the gem merchant.
The arcade.
Yeah. My people are kind of lumbering along.
Alright, so that is West Panoplia. Nervia City. All right. So you are here. Go ahead and delete the characters and horses that are not present, and I'll shrink Yong for you.
Thank you.
And man, let's take another 3-minute break. We'll be right back in 3. And I think I'm going to turn animated tokens off because this map is so big. Actually, I can just do this. There we go. I just paused everyone's animation. All right. So, normally at this part of the city, you would see this. A contingent of guards with crossbows and whatnot. But things have changed.
Oh?
Yes, things have changed. And guns have reached Enervia.
Oh, hell yeah!
So, these people that look like Iron Star mercenaries are guarding the gold statue. So, there's a gold statue over here. Of that guy and that guy. Actually, they've changed. They now look like... So it looks like the statue has been like worked on a little bit, and a little bit more detail has been added. And the two heroes look a little bit more lifelike. Though they're still made of gold. But you notice they are much more accurate.
Yeah, that seems familiar. That's cool.
Tint yellow. Save. Tint yellow and save. So now you notice they actually look more like the real people that you just met in Hang Mai right before you left to go to the water temple. That was Tristan and Yoshitaka. And you met them in the ramen shop. And there is a gold statue of them. And now you can actually recognize their faces. Um, and they do look a lot more lifelike. They're surrounded by all these gentlemen with guns. There's 3 veterans. Of course, there's a captain, a lieutenant, and a sergeant. And there's about a dozen musketeers kind of milling about, making sure no one shaves any gold dust off of the statue. Because the king made quite a large investment. And as you get a little closer, you notice that they are in fact IMC musketeers. Like you can
Nice.
see the IMC emblem on their hats. So apparently, Linus's company has made an expansion into the west and has brought guns with them because every so often you'll see a rich guy, and instead of carrying a rapier, he's got a belt pistol.
Mm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And they're just kind of, watching the crowd, kind of standing back, hanging out. The lieutenant and captain are smoking pipes. And the guards are being vigilant. All right. Did you delete the mounts and whatnot that are not with you?
Yeah.
All right. Do you see the time on the turn order tracker?
2 a.m. minus 50.
Okay, so that means 2:50 a.m. 10 minutes to 3, and actually at this time there wouldn't be a crowd. There would be just the guards on duty. So I'm going to turn daylight off. Dynamic lighting on. Daylight mode off. Yeah. No crowd, just guys with guns. Okay. So it's a little early for the gem store to be open. There's a
Yeah.
bunch of like lean-tos around. It looks like there's wares, but they're not. They're empty, and there's like tarps over everything. But these guards are here, and they're just making sure that no thieves come up and scrape gold off the statue.
Once we come in and I see the IMC, Shandrak will kind of smile and wave and go, Oh, it's always nice to see the friendly faces of the IMC company. Is Linus in town?
The captain speaks up and says,
Nay, young man. To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Ah, I've had the pleasure to adventure briefly with your captain. I'm Chandrak, and this is the part of the Order of the Superior Star.
weird, I can select all the tokens except the captain. That's this guy right here. Right here. I'm just gonna turn animation off. Because it's messing with me. Disable animated graphics. Weird. Maybe I put him on the map. I did. He's on the map. Okay.
I'm Chandrak from the Order of the Superior Star. We just bamfed in. We have a couple of errands to run.
I'm Captain Maston. My company and I are on detail to guard these statues.
So, Landrick and Linus have struck up a deal then?
Yes, in fact, they have. There's a new contract between the IMC and King Landrick. All the police forces are now taken care of by IMC.
Oh, nice. That's an excellent move for Linus, and very beneficial for Landrick. I've seen your troops in battle. You do quite well.
Yes, yes, we do. Unfortunately, the standing army still exists, led by General Moen.
Yes. So Moen is not part of the guard duty now, then. I saw him guarding the statue previously.
Not anymore. All police functions are taken by the IMC. So, the watch and the palace guards and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Well, carry on, men.
I will, young man, and take care. Good tidings.
And you said it looks like the gem dealer's closed, and it's pretty early, so things are closed around here.
Yeah, it's only 10 minutes to 3 in the morning. At this time, if you could go ahead and roll base size initiative for your PCs, and Ashriel will count as PC in Tenzi's stead. Because Zalmond was like a later henchman. All right. So first up is Asher and Company.
Okay. So Asher, looking around, says, "We clearly woke up way too early this morning." Um, and kind of shakes her head and says, "Tavern?"
Well, I was thinking, I purchased a nice new home in the Noble District, and I haven't spent any time there. Why don't we spend the rest of the night there until morning?
Asher nods, and says, "Uh, you, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I do need to meet up with the trainer, but I'm not as nimble as I normally am with and she kind of looks around and leaves it there. Just decides that discretion is appropriate.
Yeah, and it is pretty early too. We don't want to get on his bad side by asking him to train at 3 a.m.
She laughs and says, this is probably appropriate hours for someone in his line of work."
Oh, well, in that case, then we can all go to my place, and you can do what you gotta do.
Oh, I'll go later. I really do want to, um, and she like pauses and says, "Handle this piece of business."
All right.
And she'll say, "Lead on."
So now, Josh. So, like I said, like I do remember it being in the Noble District, but like I like bought it and we just left, so I don't really remember where it is. I just remember it's kind of near the castle.
Safe house in this city?
In Nervia. Yeah, I remember I bought one from like a noble, so I think it should be in the noble area.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put one of your investigators in it and give them sight and give you control so you can see where it is.
Okay.
Oh. Actually, you have some thugs here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Okay, so there's Bedouin.
So the map went to that location, but there was no sign on that one yet, so I don't see it.
So you don't see this Oh, because I haven't given you control.
Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you.
And I actually have to adjust the size of this house too. That's the wrong size. So you've got Bedouin and Sagrath. Who are asleep. You've got Pridwain and Galagrain just inside the door playing poker. And then Lisold and Egress in the back asleep. And I need to adjust the house because that is too damn big. Miscellaneous tokens, city, town buildings. And that's Stone Floor Rambler 2. Okay. Anything else for Asher?
No, just gonna follow Shandrak when he starts moving.
Okay. Shandrak.
All right. Shandrak is like, yes, it should be this way. It's in the noble area, past the what's it called?
Nexus.
Yes, the Nexus. So follow me.
And I did the Nexus before we had doors and windows. So I'll be fixing that as well. Oh. So these barbicans are essentially big locked windows by function. I mean, not barbicans, portcullises. Jeez. Alright, anything else for Shandrak?
I think that's good.
Alright, Ashrael and Company.
We're going to attempt to follow.
So for portcullises, I used to use a bunch of little squares that kind of block tokens from getting through. But now, I have windows. It's a window tool. Ta-da!
Look through the
Look, Ma,
chains.
no brains.
And that is it for us. Other than to try to be less conspicuous, Astro's going to switch form to a chainsaw.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Does he have rollable table you can choose from?
Yep, I just did it.
Okay. And end of round. First up is Asher. It's 251.
Yeah. The rest of Asher's party is going to move, except for Brine Druid, who says, I have no need of it. I shall visit my horde, and I shall add to the welfare and increase my power. And he is going to turn and fly toward the castle. That's just where he's going to be for.
Okay. And he flies higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And he flies up above the clouds. And flies higher and higher and higher until he gets up above the tower tops of the castle. And there's a particular stone that these towers are made of. It's a white stone. So they're two 90-foot tall round white towers, each of them 6 stories tall, built on top of the castle. So there's the castle keep, and then the two white towers start. So the castle keep itself is made of local stone. It's like a dark gray color. And these two fantastic white towers made of white marble poke straight out the top of it. And at their pinnacles, there's a sky bridge that attaches the two towers to each other. And it's at the center of this sky bridge that Brian Druid flies to, where there's a great worn spot in the stone where his father's belly used to rest, and where there now is a pile of his riches. And why can't I move any players right now? Okay, I had to move the whole ribbon. Unless I have to open up the drop down, maybe? Yeah. Wow, okay, I have to open up the drop down. Alright, so you guys can... Actually, I do want to... Okay, I do want the rest of the party to be away from here, so... Dante, so Tinsy... Okay. High above the city. And Brian Druid
You will land.
Ranger lands there, and he notices that the guards that are usually up here are missing.
You're missing.
And instead, there is a company of IMC soldiers. A captain, a lieutenant, a sergeant, some veterans, and a bunch of musketeers manning the war machines. And from here, you can see the dark city below you and all the city lights shining in the distance. And out beyond that, the shores of the island. And beyond that, the lake. And to the east of you, the falls of the river. And to the west of you, the river where the lake drains into the sea, heading off to the northwest. And far, far beyond, you can see port towns to the northwest, the northeast, the south, and a great vast forest to the west. And a great mountain range to the southeast. And atop it, at its peak, you see a great cloud of smoke puffing out from the front of one of the mountains. And as you know, that is Duragard, the kingdom of dwarves. And above you, in the night sky, you see a great many stars. And the moon in its current phase. Today's September 23rd. Which is the waning moon, and it's less than half full now. So the bright side is on the left, and it looks like just under half a moon. It's the waning moon. And what is Brindred doing?
He lands there and he looks around and he takes in these musketeers, who he does recognize the company, and
Yeah,
says,
the men kind of go, whoa, and they step back. And
he swivels his head in all directions.
This captain, he speaks up and says,
they told us you would appear from time to time.
Yes. I see you have been granted the honor of protecting my horde.
Yes. They said you would come from time to time to lay down your treasures, and we are to guard them with our lives.
Brian Druid nods seriously and says, That is well done of them. Do follow those orders. This is my life's work and my the place from which I shall draw power and ascend to become to the greatness of my father.
Ah, yes. I was told you are the child Balasar the Bold, the great worm who helped us win the Great Wall.
Brian Druid snorts smoke from his nostrils and nods.
Forgive my curiosity.
He says, it is well. My father is quite famous, and I shall succeed to his great deeds and surpass his fame one day.
Here's to your future.
And Brian Druid will start unloading treasure.
He takes a flask out of his pocket and unscrews it, raises it to you, and takes a swig out.
Brian Druid smiles at him with too many teeth.
He slowly walks away. And anything else?
No, just I'm gonna let enough time pass that he could have made the journey, and then he'll return to group.
All right. Oh yeah, I have to. So Tinsy. I'm still not used to this new, because they changed the maps, the way the maps work a couple months ago, and the how you move the ribbons around and stuff is different now. It's better. It's just I have to learn how to use it. It's way better. Okay. So, anything else for Asher's group on this map?
No, thank you.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
My people continue just looking for that great system.
The Nexus.
Yeah. Alright. I'll move there, and that's all for me.
Okay. Ashrail and Company.
You moved too quick. I didn't see which way you went. You went north?
Yeah, I went north and then west.
Okay. Got Trying to follow. That'll be it for us.
Okay. End of round. And it's Asher and Company.
We'll try to follow in the direction that Tenzi and Shandrak went.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
Alright. So, keep going to the west. There we go. And I call back to the people. Here we go. This is the door. And I call up to the guardsman. Hello. Can you open up, please? It's the Order of the Superior Star.
And it's an IMC lieutenant. And he says, or rather, she says,
Oi! Open the gate. It's one of them boys from those adventuring groups the boss talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
says one of the musketeers, and you can hear mechanical noises as the gate rises. And the other one across the way opens as well. Apparently they're a little less vigilant at night. Normally they trap people inside the Nexus, then ask them which way they want to go. Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope, just call back to the people. Here we are, here. And waiting for the group to catch up.
Alright, Ashriel.
Astral spurs his horse on as Zalman urges Ruckus forward, and we catch up to Shandrak and company. And that'll be it for us.
So now that there's some new toys available, you're able to see the tops of these walls somewhat. And you can see that lieutenant right here. And she looks like this. And you can see some musketeers spinning a capstan. There we go. There's about 4 or 5 of these guys spinning this capstan as the gate rises. And Anything else for Ashrail?
Nope.
All right. End of round. First up is Asher.
Going to catch up to the group.
And you can hear the sound of gates rising in the ambient music. Gates are being risen and dropped basically 24/7. Because even at the entrance of the city, they allow patrols in at night. Not necessarily civilians, but military patrols and like the watch and stuff. The watch will patrol the outside of the wall as well, and then there's military patrols in the countryside at night. Troops that are garrisoned at the castle here.
And then it'll be good. She'll just keep on following.
Okay. And Chandrak and Company.
All right. I'll start heading open through the door. And heading north into the noble area.
Okay, so even on this side, you can see the capstan, and there's a lieutenant on the wall over here, shouting, "Oi, let them in!" into the king's quarter.
And Chandrak will give him a quick thanks as he passes under.
And Ashrail and Company.
Follow Chandrak through the gates. Yeah, that's it for us.
All right. And we'll take a 3-minute break. This time I got ads for our viewers. Here we go, 3 minutes, and we'll be back. are back. So we just had Asheville, correct?
Yep.
So end of round. Next up is Asher. And I don't think Asher's back for the break yet. Shandrak, you there? I'm guessing that's Asher.
You know?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, she's following along, keep up with the group. Some stupid lag. Okay.
Yeah, there's going to be some lag on this map because it's so big. The city maps are pretty huge.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this map doesn't have any like doors and windows yet.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm kind of updating as we speak. Because I made this map way before there was doors and windows.
Yeah.
So all the buildings don't have windows at all. And then the doors they do have are just old school rectangle doors I used to use.
Alright. Join everybody. And Dasher says, like, strange how much this place has changed. It wasn't very long ago that we were visiting.
I know. Linus has been busy
Moves
and
fast.
profitable by the looks of it.
There's a lot of money to be made here. That'd be good for me.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
Continuing down a straight shot now. There we go.
And Ashrael.
While they're traveling, Zalman says, yeah, I wonder if there's like trouble in surrounding area that needs to send the military out more often. They can't afford to keep so many inside.
Good question.
Hmm.
I know King Lendrick holds court not at 2:30 a.m., but during the day.
One of the musketeers overhears your conversation and steps to the edge. Looking down over the courtyard where you're at, Asher, and says, he says,
No, it's none of that. It's the guns. His soldiers don't know how to use guns. And we do. We definitely do.
Asher smiles and says, I have observed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're crack shots. Practice all day we do. Cleaning and
I would
polishing.
recommend. I would recommend you get silver bullets if possible for some of the nastier monsters out there.
Oh, yeah. Werewolves. Yeah. I know about that.
anything else for Shandrak and Company?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Asher's turn. Did we come back around to me?
It's Ashrael's turn.
Oh,
Astral
I didn't.
moved. Yeah, Astral moved and that was it.
All right, end of round, and Asher.
Forgot to move Asher last turn. Yeah, she's gonna catch up with the bird. I will get there momentarily.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
He kind of calls out to you as you advance.
Why send in a swordsman to risk his life when you can win the battle doing sword damage from 150 yards?
A valid point. And Asher kind of fingers the hilt of her blade and says, "Sometimes the classics are nice too."
And he kind of stops following you, gives you a thumbs up, and turns back around. Eventually getting back to his post at the capstan. Alright, Chandrak and company.
continuing forward. And looks like next round I'll make it there.
Alright, next up is Ashriel and company.
Continue to ride up. Following Shandrak and company, and that'll be it for us.
Alright, end of round. First up is Asher.
Following the group.
So Chandrak, you might be noticing these characters popping up out of nowhere
Oh,
in the safe house. These are all your thugs.
nice.
And what they do for the intelligence team is they have a security function. So they guard prisoners. You know, they feed prisoners, and then they guard the safe houses as well.
Mm-hmm.
So mostly as kind of like a police force
Mm-hmm.
and whatnot. They don't really see much action unless the safe houses themselves are attacked.
Mm-hmm.
But they come from like a thuggish background, so they all look like they would blend in the city. So they have like, you know, tattoos and they look rough.
Mm-hmm.
And piercings and whatnot. But and so they don't really have very good intelligence skills per se, just as kind of like your little secret police force pretty much. So, like, think the Chinese secret police.
Okay.
That's these guys. So they're more on the militant side of things rather than intelligence gathering. Anything else for Asher and
Understood.
company?
Oh, we're good.
Okay. Shandrak. And by police, I don't mean like law enforcement. I mean capturing, containing people,
Mm-hmm.
and then keeping them for questioning, like detaining them, detaining people, capturing and detaining people. That's what they do. Shandrak and company. So you arrive at your safe house.
Mm-hmm.
You've got lights as bright as day, so lights are shining into the living room and the bedrooms, and you can see furniture and whatnot inside, beds. There are people asleep on the beds, and your light kind of shines in. You can see these two people kind of playing cards at this table, and one of them gets up and kind of disappears behind the door. The one that looks like this. And this one is kind of, she just stands up and is kind of looking, shielding her eyes from the bright ass light that's shining in through the window now.
Sorry, don't be alarmed. I bought this house a while ago. It's the first chance I've had get to actually enjoy it. Nice to meet you.
And you hear a muffled voice behind the door.
I'm looking for a place to keep Kip for the night.
And you hear a click, and the door opens, and this blonde woman is standing there. She's wearing she's wearing like some combat pants, a bandana over her blonde hair. She has a pistol belt and several belt pistols in it and pouches and whatnot. She is a shortish blonde thug dressed in a naval camouflage suit, complete with bandana and a butt pack. She wields a horse pistol, and a dagger. So it's a Magnum type pistol. Big pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And she introduces herself and says,
It's nice to meet you too, boss. I'm Pride Wayne, and this is one of my partners, Gallagher. And she's also my sister.
Table?
Say again?
Gallagher and the other one inside of the table?
Yes, the redhead here.
Nice to meet you. I have the rest of my party. They'll be here briefly. We're looking for a place to spend the night, and we'll probably be staying here for about a week or so, honestly.
Very well. Come in. We have an extra bed in the back.
Shandrak and Gargamon will come in, and Ryer and Erdrin will dismount their horses.
And a woman rubbing her eyes comes out of the back room, holding a horse pistol. So another magnum. This woman is brunette. And now you can see into the front room. There's another woman that looks like this, that's asleep in one of the front beds. And a man on the other side, dressed like this. And as you pass by, you could see there's an extra bed here. And across from it is another woman that looks like this. Another blonde. And they all seem to have this family resemblance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is quite a surprise. This is the most of my my people I've seen in a while. It's usually one or two.
The Morlocks were a family of farming peasants established in the 4th Eon after serving in the Great War. They were a family of some renown, known as skilled archers and bowmen. When Gronar ceased to be a monarchy and became a republic, its peasants were set free and the Morlock family laid claim to its ancestral farm. The family farm has since been abandoned as the parents of the current generation of teenagers passed away during the unfortunate siege of Gronar by several froghemoths in the autumn of 10 AE5. And now they've gone from serving Gronar to being your secret police.
Nice.
And next up is Ashriel.
We will ride up, and then we will make checks to see if we can dismount and move.
Alright, so you ride up on this Rambler style house. It appears to have 2 bedrooms in the front and a living room with a fireplace in the back. Oh, and I need to put a fire in that fireplace because it's a dark room. And light sources. Campfire. So the living room is lit by this campfire-sized, fire in the fireplace. And there would probably be a hooded lantern on the table as well. So it's just the coals of the fire. And then there's this hooded lantern here. And it looks like the area around the fire they kind of use as a kitchen. There'd be some tables with food on it and whatnot. And there's a bench in the front and chairs around the table for people to sit. And it looks like the bedrooms, one of them has a chair and there's a bench on the left over here. Places for people to sit and rest or chill out and sleep. And there's plenty of blankets to lay out on the floor to sleep on the floor as well. And of course, the thugs kind of wake up one at a time, and they come out into the living room. So the place kind of gets crowded real quick. Anything else for Ashrail?
So Zalman dismounted and told Ruckus to stay by the side of the building. He came to the doorway. He'll just wait there. Ashrail dismounted his horse over on the side of the building, and he'll wait there. That'll be it for us.
All right. Let's see. They do have on the other side of the house. They do have a stable.
Nice.
There we go. And there we go. Alright, so they do have a stable over here. And it's completely unoccupied.
Andrak, buy your people a horse. It's like a company car. You have to turn in their IDs to use it.
Whoops. Okay. Anything else for Ashrail?
Nope, that'll be it for this turn.
Okay. End of round. Next up is Asher.
Alright, Asher will catch up with the group. And see people dismounting. And I'll say it's because she has like her eagle eyes. She like just catches the stable. It's like, oh, stable over here.
Yeah.
If you don't mind us using it, Chandrak.
Oh no, feel free.
And she'll bring her people over that way, and they will start dismounting. And that'll be good.
Okay, so this stable has a bunch of windows with no locks. So it's not very secure. And then there's
Stable.
yeah. There is one big ass door in the front. And then these two little doors on the side. There's a little storage house on the side. And it does have a bed for a stable boy. But it's currently unoccupied. And it doesn't look very comfortable. Like the bed is made out of like unfinished wood. It's just like logs and shit. And then the mattress is like a hemp rope net over like a chicken feather like a burlap sack full of chicken feathers. That's the mattress. Mattress and bed. So it doesn't look super comfortable, but it'll work. Might get fleas. It's kind of flea bitten. Anything else for Asher?
Thank you.
All right, Shandrak.
Yeah, so Erdrin, Ryer, and Gargamon will lead the horses into the stable. And is Asher in the house yet, or is she still
Next to the stable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she can't dismount and walk in the same turn.
Right. Yes.
So yeah, inside that window, you can see the state of affairs. Inside the stable, it looks like a bedroom, right? It's made out of that weird bed, unfinished wood, rope mesh with a bag of, chicken feathers, and there's a stool next to the window. And then the other room looks like it's got a bunch of supplies, like horse feed. There's a saddle and some like stirrups, and a couple bridles and some reins, and there's even like a yoke to yoke up a horse for that cart that's in the stable. But there's no horses around, and the hay is a bit stale. It's got some mold on it, so it would be kind of dangerous for the horses to eat it.
I'll
But
get some of that in the morning.
yeah, but the oats in the supply room, they look fine.
Oh, okay.
And
some oats, but the hay's bad.
yeah, there's some hardened pies, in there that were left by the last horse, and nobody really cleaned it up. And the whole affair is just covered in windows. It's kind of strange for this. It's like an old Western looking barn. So I mean, but that raises the value. It's it came with a barn, which is nice.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Oh, and on the other side, there's a little shed. Right over here. And shed's got windows. And a door on it. And both the door and window are open. And you can see it has windows in the back as well. They're also open. And there's plenty of space in there for, you know, some bed rolls and stuff.
Yeah, so just after that, Gargamel will just kind of lead Yong over this kind of grassy area on the right side, and be like, "Oh, you can stay here and try and once you're big, just stay there until I tell you."
Yo, you just stay there. Eventually, when that spell wears off, you just keep staying there. Yeah. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
I think that's all for now.
The neighbors are gonna be so upset.
Yeah.
All right, Ashriel.
Astro will lead Daytime and Ruckus over to the stable. When they go past Zalman will say to Ruckus, "Hey, you make sure nothing happens to the horses in there. You be good. I'll bring you a steak later."
He's like licking his chops, drooling.
I think kind of be at the front door here. And horse over here, yes. Oh, right here,
The horses all rearrange themselves when he comes in. They just kind of get like a fright or whatever, and they kind of make it easier. They make it easier for Ruckus to stay near the door. Anything else for Ashriel?
Ruckus, if the hay is like bad, he'll like scrape it away and find himself a little spot to curl up in and just keep an eye on the door.
He finds a wagon that's large enough for him to get into.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep.
It's more like a cart. And it kind of like wiggles a little bit when he hops into it. Like the wheels are like kind of wobbly on it. Like it kind of wobbles from side to side. But he finds a comfy position inside real quick, actually. And it's almost like it was made for him.
That'll be it for us.
Okay.
It's cohesive.
End of round. It's like 2 minutes to 3 in the morning. And Asher and company.
All right. They're gonna start bringing their horses into the stable.
Looks like there's room for like 2 or 3 more.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
guess she'll just tie up on the outside of the last few, I guess.
There's a little bit of pasture in the back, you notice.
Cool. She'll lead them back there.
And
Yeah, so she will tie up the remaining horses outside of there. Or she'll have her. We'll do it. And then she's going to come over to this wall, and I'm pretty sure she has some paper. Let me double check. Check somebody else real quick. Oh. She says, man, I gotta buy some paper. I've lost all of mine. And then she stops for a second and looks back at Anatar because she remembers where it probably is, which is on his dead eagle. And says, never mind. And if it's been enough time, it's been several rounds, then I'll say that Brian Drew has kind of been circling the area looking for him, and we'll land next to him.
oh yeah, yep.
Thank you.
So you can just drop the token.
So yeah, he'll land next to Asher. And he says, I have delivered my burden unto my horde. I am much lighter and could handle your business at the gem merchant if you wish to seek your master. And Asher says, oh, that's a great idea. And she's going to transfer she's going to start emptying her pockets, and Brondur is going to start stuffing it into his scales, so that he can handle her business at the gem merchant, and she can momentarily go seek her master.
Okay. So there's this fenced off area around this kind of horse pasture. Really more like a yard. But the grass is long enough for the horses to eat it. And it goes right up against the edge of the property with the next neighbor. And then all the way across the backyard. So the horses aren't gonna, like, unless they go jumping fences,
Yeah.
they're not gonna get out.
Sweet.
And they can just kind of eat grass at their leisure. Some of the larger horses are gonna need oats.
No problem.
And there's a gate on either side of the house to access the yard. The yard. Okay, Shandrak and Company.
So, yeah, I think Shandrak, I think he'll take a look out, just take a look at his place, and saw people moving horses, so just kind of take a quick look around, see the stables. And then we'll come back. And then he'll approach Branwyn and say, looks like we're planning on be here for at least a week, so it looks like the horses will require some provisions. So Chandrak will reach into his bag and pull out 10 platinum pieces. It's like this should be more than enough to keep supplies for keep the horses well fed and taken care of.
She nods. Yeah. And takes the money.
And then Chandrak will come out and be like, all right, so you just say did you want to stay here till morning?
Asher says, well, Brian Druid has relieved me of my burden. He's gonna handle my business at the gem merchant in the morning. And Josh, real quick to run this by you. I think the last time I used a trainer, Jim used Commune to verify that there was a trainer in Nervia City, but I think we just kind of narrated through she found a trainer and did it and paid the gold and everything. I don't think I actually role played having a trainer. Does she have reason to believe that with her trainer being a thief, that he's probably, doing some thief work here at 3 in the morning?
Yeah. Probably going to be
Okay, cool.
awake and probably going to be able to be found at one of the seedier establishments in town.
All right.
At 3, yeah.
Asher says, yeah, you guys hunker down. I can find my trainer. I can start getting things done right now so that we can get back on the road as quickly as possible.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you soon then, Asher. And Chandrak's people will begin entering the house.
All right. The thugs let you take the beds, and they immediately kind of go back to what they were doing. The 4 that were sleeping kind of like, draw their pistols and like lean up against the corner of a room or something, or like on a bench, and kind of still get some shut-eye while being ready for anything. And then the two that were playing poker, one goes out front in front of this window, and she just kind of stands there in front of the window. And the one in the blue bandana, she comes over here. Whoops. She grabs the key to the door, shuts the door and locks it as she walks out. Hands the keys over to you, Shandrak.
Thank you.
What? And she comes over here to the shed. She comes over and hops the fence, really. Comes over the shed, walks into the back, shuts the windows. Shuts the front window, shuts the front door after she enters. What? And she kind of sets up a little watch position in the corner of the shed through the windows, and she watches the horses out back. So there's one thug watching the front of the house, one thug watching the back of the house, and 4 thugs sleeping in the corners of the rooms. Next up is Ashriel.
Real and Zaman step into the home. Zaman turns to Chandrak and says, "Yo, this is really nice in here."
I know. I was lucky the last time we were in Nervia. Some noble was looking to sell, so scoop this up at a reasonable price. And it even has a shed and a barn. This is a great place.
Yeah, I don't need any sleep, but maybe there's some place you want me to go and rest or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. You can rest in any of these rooms here, and Shandrak will kind of point to the room over to the right.
All right, he will head in there. Sees the person guarding. He's just going to take a seat. He's not going to actually go into bed, and then Astral will join him in that room. He's going to take a seat.
Anything else for Asher and Company?
Nope.
All right. End of round. Asher and Company.
Asher will use her ring to turn invisible. Or first she'll say, "Alright guys, be safe." And then she is disappears. And she will start moving. I'll move her after I handle the rest of the scene. So everybody else will come into the room. Brian Druid will take up most of the space in this room. Actually, yeah. And they're just gonna kinda crowd in.
Anything else for Asher and Company?
Yes. So when Anatar and Karanglor get in, they will look at each other and then look at Shandrak and say,
We're gonna identify, mate.
"Yep."
Oh, well. I am tapped out of my basic spells, but if you both like to identify, that's fine. I think it looks like the biggest room in this house is the one on the left here. If you want to take that room.
Gallagher chimes
So-
in and says, she says,
Hey, boss.
Yeah.
That would probably be safer in the shed over to the side of the house.
Yeah, that sounds good. Why don't you guys check the shed out?
They nod and they're going to head to the shed and they motion to Brian Druid. They say, "You've got a lot of the goods on you." Brian Druid says, "It's kind of crowded in here anyway." And they're all gonna head toward the shed. And start laying out the items that have had read magic cast on them already.
And Pride Wayne sees you preparing to do that in the shed, and she quickly exits the building and just kind of goes out back over here to the corner of the building.
Having seen some of the mayhem that Identify can cause, Jim will post himself up outside the door. And Asher is jogging off into the night, and that'll be good.
So when they said they're gonna identify stuff, though, Shandrak will, he'll pull out the brooch and the ring from the NPC encounter.
Okay. They will take it from you and add it to the items that they plan to look at. And they will have told you before they left that Karanglor says we have many treasures to peer into. Surely this will not be our the last time that we cast the spell. You may join us in the future, and we can look at some of the items that have not been properly investigated for magical properties. We shall do some
Yeah.
of the things that are ready.
Certainly, we have quite a haul this time.
He smiles and nods. Okay, that's good.
Alright, Shandrak and Company.
Your voice changer is on.
thank you.
So So the only other thing I would like to do is that so as the identify is going on, people are kind of chilling in rooms. If no one else is going to do anything, what I would like to do is like maybe maybe like wait, how long does identify take again? It takes like 8 hours. Is that right?
Like
8
10.
hours. 8 hours to cleanse the items, and then when you cast it, it has a casting time of like 1 or something, but
Yeah.
you have up to 10 rounds, I guess,
Mhm.
to identify items, and when you begin identifying, you lose 8 Constitution points temporarily, and they come back 1 at a time every hour. So your hit points drop way down for the most part, because -8 Constitution. If you have a bonus, your bonus kind of goes away temporarily, and then if you have regular Constitution, you go down to like below 10 Constitution, and I think at 8 or less Constitution, you start getting penalties to your hit points. So you are really severely weakened by casting the spell compared to normal. If you have a high Constitution to begin with, it's not as bad because you're just losing your bonus hit points. But most wizards, I mean, unless you're a summoner or a necromancer, most wizards are probably not going to have very high Constitution. And so their health drops drastically low during that time. And it's pretty easy to kill them. And also, you get penalties to a lot of your saving throws from having low Constitution and stuff. So, your resurrection survival roll, your system shock, they all drop drastically.
Mhm.
And
So
yeah, go ahead.
So before Ryer Chandrak will kind of whisper to a couple of his people, and then Chandrak will, on the table in the middle of the room, he's going to drop the wand with the hole in it. He's going to drop the 2 protection scrolls that we have.
Do we think that scrolls need to be identified? I thought they just need to be read.
Protection
need
scrolls.
to be, right?
Protection scrolls,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
So there are
So
3 different
2
kinds of scrolls.
Mhm.
There are priest scrolls, wizard scrolls, and
And,
protection scrolls. Any class can use protection scrolls, so they have to be identified. Only wizards can use wizard scrolls because they're written in magical text, so you have to use read magic to read them. And then priests can just kind of use priest scrolls like any class can use a protection scroll. They just kind of look at it and they see what priest spells are on it.
And then he's going to set down the 8 potions from the beholders, and the 1 potion that has the overwhelming alteration magic, and Ryer's the horn that we found.
Okay, so
And
connect.
I forgot to say, but Asher would have given the serpentine owl to Brian Druid before she left.
Mhm.
And the girdle.
And the girdle.
And so Chandrak sets those items down, but so so here we go.
So it takes
So
8 hours to cleanse them.
yeah.
So we are
Chandrak
waiting
is,
until 10:59.
So Chandrak, no. So here's the thing. Something different's about to happen. I mentioned it a while ago, but because Chandrak can't identify right now, so that's not what he's doing. He's just setting these on the table. But he's going to wait about 5 hours for it to be like 8 a.m. And then Chandrak and his people are going to try to sneak away from the house.
Okay.
And when I sneak away, I would like to kind of briefly talk to my follower that I think the one in the corner that was outside the shed. She looked like kind of a leader type.
Prideway?
I think so. Yeah, I think her. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There were two that were awake. It's this redhead that's right next to you, Galagrain, and then Pridewayne, the one that looks like this here.
Yeah. So after 5 or so hours, Chandrak's people exit the house, and we go around and to Bridewayne, and Chandrak says, so I also have some important work to take care of, but it's best if me and my people do this on our own. So, when the time comes and the rest of our friends notice I'm missing, let them know that I'm safe, not to worry, that if anything bad happens, I have a sending spell prepared to let them know in a case of emergencies, but that I have important business to take care of myself. And then Shandrak is going to try to leave, taking shrinking Yong first, so he's not pounding footsteps, but taking Yong and our horses. And sorry, my Roll20 was weird, so I'm trying to reload right now, so I can't actually do anything. But and then once we've kind of my people have arrived at like the gate, the gatehouse. Chandrak will turn to Gargamond and be like, "So, tell me a bit more about these minotaurs of yours, these people that you came from."
I grew up in Yanis Forest. It's a forest nearby here. My mother, Enir, abandoned me at a very young age. I grew up in a maze located in the forest, which is also the home of the Yanis elves. One day, the Yanis elves began warring with the humans of this city in the forest north of Yanis. And they began conscripting minotaurs like me to serve as shock troops in their war. And I decided to leave to avoid Yanisel's draft. Later, I discovered that the Yanis elves were warring with the humans here over a mithril silver mine in the forest north of Yanis. Apparently, some human adventurers slew the knuckle-crack goblins who once occupied the mine, and the mine was contested by both the humans and the elves. The humans here in the city claimed the mine in the name of the adventurers, and the elves claimed the mine in the name of the forest creatures. And so, the mithril war ensued. Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Well, yes, your people. You said that you had a well, I don't know, not a father, more of a godfather that raised you and taught you to use your halberd. What is he like?
Oh, he's dead.
What? Oh, I thought you said he was alive.
Yeah, he was killed by some of my friends over on North Star Island.
Oh, I I was I remember talking to you and said you said he might be able to teach you how to be a grandmaster and asked you if you wanted to visit him, but I guess we can't really do that if he's dead.
Oh, I thought you meant my father. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We could.
oh, is your Well, was your father a grandmaster?
He was a great minotaur. He was really evil. You wouldn't want to know him. But, anyways, we could find the minotaur that taught me how to use the halberd.
Would that be okay? So, would that be in your home place? You said in Nervia Forest.
Yeah, probably in Intervia Forest somewhere.
Okay, and
Or, sorry, in Yanis
Mhm.
Forest. It's south of Intervia Forest. The two forests are separated by a road.
So sorry. Who do you think would be able to teach you?
You know, that minotaur you were talking about that kind of showed me the ropes of
Right.
being a
Yes.
minotaur. Yeah.
Yes.
You said he was my godfather or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think you said something like that, right? Like he
Yeah.
kind of. You said he kind of raised you, kind of,
Kinda,
kind of liked you a little bit, right?
yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, more than my mom in here did.
So, um, do you think that I'm sorry. What was the name of this minotaur again?
Uh, his name was, um, um, not that. Grizz Yeah, Grizz Let me add that to my bio.
And this Grizox, do you
Grizz
think Grizzox? Do you think he would appreciate maybe A gift of horses, perhaps?
Maybe as food.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care what he uses them for, but whatever,
Be careful, he might try to eat you.
me?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have a hard time doing it. We're both strong as hell. And, if he sees you, he'd at least, you think, want to talk to you, right?
I don't know, maybe. He never really treated me very good.
Well, this is the best lead I have, so let's try to go to pay him a visit.
Haha, I see what you did there. To pay him a visit. Like a little wig.
And my people will start heading out towards the front gate, where Shandrak needs to buy himself a new horse. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, okay. Yeah, now that it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, there would probably be somebody selling horses.
And where'd it go? There we go.
What kind of horse?
Yes, so Shandrak will get where'd it go? There it is. He will pay 80 platinum for a heavy warhorse.
Okay. Yep, definitely
Mhm.
have heavy war horses available.
And he will also buy I would also like to buy I'd like to buy 2 light war horses. That's 150 gold total for those 2.
What do you want to name your heavy war horse?
Oh, this should be be brain box.
Brain box. Wow, you lucked out on HP. He's almost perfect.
Nice.
One more health and he would have been perfect.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
He's gonna be eaten by a minotaur.
Not this one. This one's Chandrak's new riding course.
Okay.
The other two, though.
And you said 2 light war horses?
Yeah, 2 light horses.
Okay, so brain box.
Yeah, and those ones will be lunch and dinner.
That's their names.
Yeah.
Alright, you should have access to brain box now. He's going to be towards the bottom of the journal tab. And then you said you also wanted 2 light war horses, yeah?
Yes.
And what do you name your light war horses?
Yeah, uh, uh, snack and lunch.
You said snack and munch?
You know what?
Or
Sure,
lunch.
let's go with. I was gonna say lunch, but I like munch better.
Snack's not doing so good.
He knows.
You say that now.
Munch is pretty decent, though. Alright, so there's Munch. And there's Snack. And like I said, they should be at the bottom of your journals.
All right. And yeah, and with that, Shandrak and his people will leave the city gate, and Shandrak will ask Gargamon to lead him to his people to hopefully negotiate with his Minotaur Grandmaster.
Okay, so we'll say it takes about an hour to buy the horses and everything. Did you buy saddles or anything like that?
Oh, one. Well, I would need one for my horse, but not for the other two.
Okay. So it's about 9 in the morning. September 23, 11 AE 5. And is anyone going with him?
Yeah, Shandrak's whole cadre. Shandrak, Gargamond, a reduced Yong to as we're leaving the city. Erdrin and Ryer, everybody, and our horses.
Okay. How about anyone from the other player groups?
I would
You don't
prefer
know
to
about
sneak out and not have any of them join if I can.
Okay, so at this point, huh?
Although during the time that this was all happening, Asher would have been running off to find her master. I just wanted to make sure that was happening during that time.
Okay, and what about Ashriel's group?
I'm just gonna do a little bit of healing if anyone needs it in the room. I know that Zalman does. Zalman's gonna do lay hands, and then if Bombosa needs healing, or Varen, or the other person there, I'll heal them. Otherwise, we're just waiting. We're just gonna wait here.
All right.
I forgot to do a heal on Bombosa, so he can't be healed yet. He's just chilling until 24 hours have passed.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think we're like, wasn't it like 4 hours last time? That like until like he was ready to be healed. So like halfway through they identify like he should have finished his injured status.
So normally, normally this is where I would essentially, retire your character because you're separating yourself from the Order of the Superior Star.
Wait, but I'm going. Wait, can I do this? Like, there's no way I can negotiate an evil like person to train Gargamond with the rest of the party. Like, I have to do it with my people.
I mean, you're separating yourself from the rest of the group. I would have to. I'll show you the map. So West Panoplia. Actually, it's going to be on the world maps. There we go.
If it takes like a whole little adventure, like maybe we could do like a solo thing, during like the week.
I'm not gonna do that. That's outside the scope of what I do for my players. When we play, it's everyone together. So, I mean, if you want to find a coach that isn't evil, that would work with the rest of the group. But I'll show you the map. So you're basically... Let's see if I have daylight on and all that. So dynamic lighting is off, so you should be able to see the whole map. So you are going from... See this lake in the middle of the map right here?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going from here into this forest to look for Minotaur that lives in a maze in there. So it's like, if you follow the road or whatever, you could get to this little town. It's like a port town and go into the forest, or you could go like straight into the forest and adventure, in there and look for the maze. But it's miles and miles. It's not like it's a little copse of trees on the island outside the city.
Gargamon knows where he's going.
Yeah. Yep. So this would essentially retire your character because I
Well,
can't
alright. Well, if that's what's
run.
happening, then we're not doing this.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be fair to Tenzi and Asher for me to run a solo adventure for you while they just watch. I can't force them to do that. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. Honestly, it just wouldn't be fair. I mean, even though they might be nice enough to say yes, I'm just not gonna do it for one person like they do on Critical Role and all that. When everyone else is just sitting there watching one person play D&D, to me that's bullshit. Like it just, I'm not gonna put my other players through that, even if they wanted to. So
Well, if that's the case, could we have said that I didn't do that whole thing? I didn't buy
yes,
those horses because that's what the whole thing I bought them for.
yes, okay. I will delete those. I thought the rest of the group was gonna go with you, but that
Well, maybe some of the group, but not all of them. I mean,
yeah, I
hey,
could understand you probably don't want to take Ashriel with you, like, because he
I
would
mean,
just
hey,
he'd see the Minotaur and be like, and then just whip
Yeah.
out that flame tongue and go to town. But if you want to take some people that are less judgmental
Well,
from,
I mean,
I'm not sure
Well-
you know what alignment everyone has, whether they're
Yeah.
gonna agree. You could discuss it with them and role play with them about like, hey, I want to make a deal with an evil minotaur. Are you on board? Or sensitize them to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, what if I could, make contact with somebody who's a little sleazy and have them teach Gargamond how to do better. It's not your only option. I mean, it's the only one you know of right now, probably.
Yeah.
And it was kind of something that you kind of dug up. Like, it's not even in his journal. I had to add it to his journal. So, but it's not your only option. Like, it's not just minotaurs that use halberds. Like guards use halberds. There could be a guy in the city you've never met that's a grand master of the halberd. That's like one of the city guards, or in another city, or because halberds are kind of like a city folk's weapon or a soldier's weapon. Like they use them on the battlefield to unhorse people and like hack their armor open or like kill the horse outright, or stuff like that. And then guards use them to just hack into people because they don't have time to draw their sword or whatever.
Yeah, even discounting Ashriel, no, I don't think so. I don't. It's okay. No, I'll just see what my people can dig up after their latest assignment.
Okay.
But you could maybe just ask at the court.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess I'll do that this morning, once we're chilling and stuff. But yeah, all right.
So all 3 horses you're getting rid of, or are you gonna keep?
Well, no, I'll keep. I needed my riding horse. I'll keep that.
Okay. So much and snack.
Yeah, so I'll just put my horses back in the barn, and my people will be back in the house.
And I'll put brain box into your folder. Yeah, I watched an episode of Critical Role one time where one character went off out into the woods on her own and fought a gray render alone while everyone watched in horror. And I was like, why is he letting her do this? Like, you're obviously gonna die. it's just a slow suicide, like a 4-hour long, you know. I think she did end up failing her death saves and dying. And then they found her dead body and brought her back to life or something. And it did take hours. It was like half the episode. You know, everybody else was just kind of sitting there. Okay, so is that it for Shandrak?
Yes.
Okay. So you can still go through that plan. You just want to, you know, maybe not take the paladin and the angel with you. Maybe some people that are a little less judgy.
Yeah.
Ashriel.
Could you ping us? I'm not able to find us on the map. I tried reloading once. Thank you.
Yep.
He's going to do a cure light on Zalman, and then as soon as Bosa is ready for healing, he'll do that. That's the only plan we had for today, so.
Okay. So, you guys started cleansing at 2:59, and it would be 10:59 when the cleansing is over. Do you guys want to skip to 10:59?
Sure. Although I will say, if Chandrak's staying around, he'd appreciate some healing if in that time, if there's any more cure spells to go around.
Yeah, I got a whole. Asriel has a whole slew of them, so.
I'm gonna turn
My guys
daylight
are
mode
tapped
on.
out.
Even Zalmont has one.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11:59 rolls around.
And during this time, assume Asher has gone to that Steedy in not the red carpet one, but the one down the block from it, and found a trainer and has started her journey.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Um... Okay, negative 59. All right. Three. Ah, crap. Actually, it would be... yeah, 11 a.m. exactly. Right, okay. 9.3... All right. 11 a.m. And first up is Asher and Company. And why didn't that slide into...
Okay, so if the cleansing is done, then Anatar and Karangler are both going to cast Identify.
Okay, go ahead and drop their con scores. And you don't have to adjust their HP just yet.
You said drop it by 6?
8.
8.
I think there's an Identify template.
There is. I'm pretty sure.
Says after the casting the spell and determining what can be learned from it, the wizard loses 8 points of Constitution. He must rest for 1 hour to recover each point of Constitution. If the 8-point loss drops the spellcaster below a Constitution of 1, he falls unconscious. Consciousness is not regained until full Constitution is restored, which takes 24 hours. 1 point per
That did not happen.
per 3 hours for an unconscious character. Yep. Okay, and then which characters first? Anatar?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mage 11. And then you said Karen Glor casts it second?
Yes, please.
Okay. And he's mage 10.
Mhm.
Alright. So what is Anatar identifying the first round?
Let's do the scimitar from Merilith 2 in the demon meeting room that had overwhelming magic.
Yeah, start with the good stuff.
Yeah. So
I wish we'd have
central
done read magic on the girdle. Looks like we didn't. Now I gotta wait. I'm desperate to know.
Well, we don't need read magic if we're identifying it.
I don't think we're allowed to identify it until we read magic on it, unless I'm greatly mistaken.
You can. you can
Okay,
identify.
cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't think you have to cast identify on a magic item either. I think you can. Oh no, it is magic items. Yep. The thing that the identify spell does not tell you though is the extent of the magic of magic weapons and stuff. So
Gotcha.
that's why detecting magic is important. But if it's a special weapon or something like sword of sharpness, identify will tell you its sharpness. It just won't tell you, it's sword of sharpness plus 2 or whatever.
Cool.
This was from which Merilith?
The Merilith 2 in the demon meeting room.
Demon meeting room. Oh yeah. Okay. That one that one is another luck blade.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You know what luck blades do.
Yeah.
All right. 1 second. This gives its possessor a +1 bonus to all saving throws and will have wishes. The DM should keep the number of wishes a secret, which I will.
Okay.
Okay, so notes and daily routine. All right. Edit. Who is going to take that? or do you not know yet?
I would suggest, well, one of us three. I still have one wish, but you and Tenzi could have it if you want.
Not super
Musashi
important
has,
to me. Yeah.
Musashi has the other one, so
Mm-hmm.
should
You
probably
can
give
have
it
it,
to.
Asher.
Okay. Well, thank you. Oh dear.
Who took it?
I guess I am.
You specifically, or one of your characters?
I'm going to give it to. Hold on.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, guys. And if this makes you rethink giving it to my people, then that's cool. But I'm about to check out this girdle, and I think it might be something I really want. That's pretty valuable. So if you guys want the left blade, then I think I'm probably
Wow.
gonna want that girdle.
Wow. I'll take the luck blade if Tenzi doesn't want it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
You specifically, or one of your characters?
Me.
Okay.
Okay.
Location 1 was Marilith 2 in Demon Meeting Room. And let's take another 3-minute break. And we'll come back and keep identifying treasure. Be right back. And we are back. Alright. So we had just identified a scimitar look blade. So now it's Karenglor's turn. What's he going to identify?
Let's do the girdle.
Where's this girdle from?
The Northwest Hatchery.
Northwest Hatch.
My cat has been asleep on the warm concrete of the driveway for this entire game.
Wow.
Just checked on him to make sure he was alive.
You guys didn't move this treasure, did you?
I don't think so, but you also said last game too.
Yeah.
Hey, at one point there was an animated chest. Was that the animated chest, maybe?
West Hatchery. You didn't happen to write down which session that was in, did you?
No. I do think it. I don't know if this helps. I have a vague memory that it might have been a viewer granted item. If you like, I can kind of remember roughly where on the map that was. If you like, I can do a little digging over the week and return to it later and maybe find out what session that is.
How far, like, what's the next treasure on the list for that?
The next one, that is right before the demon meeting room. At least
Okay.
on the list.
Okay,
So
that
after
helps.
the dormitory, before the demon meeting room. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was granted by Watch Your Pants.
Thank you, Watch Your Pants.
Nice.
Okay. Uh, and I already rolled. Okay. Okay, so that is a girdle of stone giant strength. Stone giants have
Wait.
strength 20.
Ooh, all right.
Oh.
All right, and then did Shandrak or Ashril want to do anything during that time?
Ashra will say, "My children, I have healing available. The line forms to the left."
Barbecue.
And Shandrak will squeeze on to the left side of Asheril.
And then he'll ask how seriously you're hurt. Is it a light wound or a serious wound?
It's serious. like pretty hurt.
And he will cast Cure Serious on.
If you guys
And
don't mind Asher taking that girdle, then I will do so.
Feel free.
Thank you. That'll be a game changer.
yeah, on backstabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ashrael. Still a little hurt. Could use some more if you got it.
Yeah, next time around I have, if it's still serious, I can do that. If it's light, then I can do that.
Yeah, I think maybe one more good serious, hopefully.
Okay.
Okay. And then next round at 11:01, what does Anatar identify?
Let's do the wand from the Dragon Prison Abomination treasure. That was right after the Avatar of Mershalk for the NPC party.
Yeah. Right treasure or left treasure, did you say?
Doesn't say.
Was this the one with the hole in it?
Yeah.
My notes say Dragon Prison left side.
Left, okay.
Thank you.
So it actually was on the right side.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dragon Dragon Prison right side. Dragon Prison Abomination treasure right hand side. This this wand is similar in operation to the enemy detection wand. If any form of magic is in operation or a magical item exists within a 30-foot radius, the magic detection wand will pulse and point to the strongest source. Note that it will point to a person upon whom a spell has been cast. Operation requires 1 round, and successive rounds will point out successively less powerful magical radiation. The school of magic can be determined if 1 round is spent concentrating on the subject emanation. 1 charge is spent per turn or fraction thereof use. And starting with the second round of continuous use, there is a 2% cumulative chance per round that the wand will temporarily malfunction and indicate non-magical items as magical or vice versa. And the wand can be recharged.
Cool.
It's a wand of magic detection. So the way people think that detect magic works, where you cast detect magic and then you see magical things in the room that glow, that's actually how this wand works. Detect magic doesn't work like that. So it will point to, it will point for you. Like you have it in your hand, and you say the magic word, and it takes a charge, and you can use it for up to a turn without taking another charge, right? And it will point to the most powerful magical thing that you can see within a 30-foot radius. Yeah, it says it'll pulse and point to the strongest source. And note that it will point to a person upon whom a spell has been cast. So, like, if someone cast, like, I don't know, shape change, that's like a 9th level wizard spell to become a dragon, that's probably going to outshine a longsword +1.
Yeah.
Or even a longsword +4. Because the strongest magic can get is 10th level, and it doesn't take 10th level magic to make a longsword +4. It takes, you know, a wish spell, and which is what, or not a wish spell, permanency, which is level 8, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so if someone had enchanted themselves with a 9th level spell, that's probably going to outshine anything but like an artifact or something. So
Sounds like your friends can still screw you on this, though, if they're within 30 feet. They're like, turns out the best magical item is on your friend.
Yeah. But the thing is, once per round, it will point to a new item in descending order. So
Yeah.
beforehand, the DM has to like figure out, okay, this character has this item, this character has this item. So it'll probably cycle through, you know, any kind of enchantment that's above 8th level in the room, and then to the next, you know, an 8th level enchantment, which would be like permanency or whatever. If someone had permanent fly on themselves or whatever, you know, that it would go to that. And then, you know, +4 item would probably be like level 8 magic. I'd say like, well, plus 5 items might be level 8. But yeah, there's certain things will be stronger than even a +5 magic item, like an artifact, something like that. And then and one charge, and it's on for a whole 10 rounds. It says one charge is expended per turn or fraction thereof of use. So if you want to use it for just one round, it still takes one charge. But it will tell you in descending order which magic items and which people are most to least magic, at least for 10 minutes. Right? So the 10 most powerful things within 30 feet. All right. So we beat that one to death. Wand, and that's actually worth some experience points, and so is the girdle and the sword.
You should get the wand. I don't have any strong feelings about it.
Yeah, well, only wizard types can do that, and I can already detect magic with my staff, so like Anator or Karangler can have this.
If that's alright with you, Tentenzi, is anybody in your party? Oh, wait, you don't have any wizards. Okay, cool. I'll give it to...
Wands.
Carringlar.
Magic. So, funny thing about the magic detection wand is anyone can use it.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 wands that are class locked. The wand of conjuration is wizards only. The wand of fear is priest and wizard only. The wand of fire is wizard only. Wand of illusion, wizard only. Lightning, wizard only. Paralyzation, wizard only. And polymorphing, wizard only. All the rest are anybody. So wand of wonder, wand of size alteration, wand of secret door and trap location, wand of negation, wand of metal and mineral detection, wand of magic missiles, wand of magic detection, wand of illumination, wand of flame extinguishing, wand of enemy detection, and wand of earth and stone are all non-class locked wands.
Well, then I return to my earlier statement. I don't have any strong feelings about it. Do any of your people feel like they would benefit from it?
No, even with that, I feel like Ryer's gonna try to get, he's got his eyes on the horn.
Cool.
So you can have it who you want to.
And do any of your people feel like they would be at home with that thing?
I don't think so, no. Astro can already do regular magic detection for free, so...
Gotcha. Alright, I will give it to... actually, let's give it to Jim, then. He has plenty of time when he's just kind of sitting around waiting, running out of spells.
Okay. And that was Anatar. So next up in the same round is... Wait, no, that was Karenglor, wasn't it? Anatar did the girdle. Right?
We've done 3 things, so it was Anatar,
Anatar.
left blade, Karenglor, girdle, Anatar wand.
Anatar wand, okay. So what is Karenglor going to identify next?
Let's do the horn. The musical horn from the front entrance meeting room.
Okay. Alright, this magical horn appears to be a normal trumpet. It can be sounded as a normal horn, but if the correct word is spoken and the instrument is then played, it has the following effects, both of which happen at once. Number 1, a cone of sound 120 feet long and 30 feet wide at the end issue forth from the horn. All within this area must roll a saving throw versus spell. Those saving are stunned for 1 round and deafened for 2. Those failing the save sustain 1d10 points of damage, are stunned for 2 rounds, and deafened for 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it is going to take another round of identification, which would be next round. Does anyone else want to do anything in this round? Chandrak's team
Yeah.
or Asheville's team? Okay.
Astral's going to do a Cure Serious on Chandrak again.
And if everybody is cool with it, Chandrak is going to just give Arire that scroll of minute meteor we found.
Fine by me.
And no
Okay.
objection from me.
And was there a spell you were going to cast?
I cast Cure Serious on Chandrak, you get another 9.
Yes. Thank you very much. And then he looks back to poor Bombosa. Like, your turn, buddy.
And
Has
is
it been
that
24 hours?
no?
Wait,
This is the
pretty
same
quickly.
day. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I thought it was.
Is it?
I think he got hurt around like 1 a.m. ish.
Oh, okay.
So is that it for that round?
Yep, that's it for us.
All right. So it's now 11:02, and next up is Asher and Company. And this is Anatar's third round of identification.
Yep. He's going to do the. He's going to do the. Nice looking brooch from the NPC party, the Wu Gen Old Man.
Mm-hmm. That's the old man that followed you guys for a little while, huh? And he joined all the other NPCs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I my.
No, I think this was from the NPC party that Musashi took issue with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the same one.
Oh, that was the same one. Okay.
Xiang Liang.
Yeah, that sounds right.
According to my notes, you guys gave that you guys gave that wand to one of the Wu Jins.
And
Yeah,
then
but
we
then we
took it
killed
back.
them.
You
when
took it
shit
back?
Went,
Okay.
went to hell.
All right, I will delete that then. Okay.
Didn't keep it for very long.
No.
All right. Ow. Hmm. Okay. This appears to be a piece of silver or gold jewelry. 10% chance there are jewels set in it. So /R D100. Hey, there's jewels set in it.
Hey, nice.
It is used to fasten a cloak or cape. In addition to this mundane task, it can absorb magic missiles of the sort generated by spell, wand, or other magical device. A brooch can absorb up to 101 points of magic missile damage before it melts and becomes useless. Its use can be determined only by means of a detect magic spell and then experimentation. Oops. It is a brooch of shielding.
Okay.
Jeweled brooch of shielding. Bejeweled brooch of shielding? A bedazzled brooch.
I like that. Canonically, that's what it is now. Where would be an appropriate home for that, guys?
One of the spellcasters, so magic missile can't interrupt their spell casting.
Ooh,
Yeah.
good point.
I honestly I would like it, but I do a lot of
Go for it.
hiding, so we could give it to Anatar or Karanglar.
You do a lot of hiding. I won't fight you on it if you want it, but if yeah, it could help that. Anybody.
Luckily, it's pretty cool. So I mean, I'm willing to give this one up.
All right, it is going to Anatar.
Okay. And now Karanglar's third round of identification.
He is going to look at that same the horn.
horn?
He needed another round on the horn.
All right. Function number 2. A wave of ultrasonic sound, 1 foot wide and 100 feet long, issues from the horn. So it's a beam.
Ooh.
1 foot wide and 100 feet long. Inside of the 30 foot wide, 120 foot long cone. This causes a weakening of such materials as metal, stone, and wood. The weakening is equal in effect to the damage caused by a hit from a missile hurled by a large catapult. In Chapter 9 of the DMG. And suffer an additional -2 penalty to the die roll described there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
If a horn of blasting is used magically more than once per day, there is a 10% cumulative chance that it will explode and inflict 5d10 points of damage upon the person sounding it.
Okay.
Bye.
Good to know.
There are no charges upon a horn, but the device is subject to stresses as noted above, and each time it is used to magical effect, there is a 2% cumulative chance of the instrument self-destructing. In the latter case, no damage is inflicted on the character blowing it.
Oh. Okay. Dang, that's cool sounding.
So, once a day, you're safe. 100% safe. Second time in a day, it's a 10% cumulative chance that it will explode. Third time,
And even
20%.
if they fail their save, they're stunned for a round. That's
Yeah,
nuts.
that's great.
Yeah. Everything within a cone 120 feet long and 30 feet wide at the end. So the farther you are from targets, the more you can hit.
Nice. Ryer would like to take that.
Mm-hmm.
First magic instrument we came across, and it's a good one.
Sounds appropriate.
Yeah. And it also breaks down stuff.
Yeah, it does damage
Siege
to
damage.
walls and
Yeah.
stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, it does siege damage. Okay. Does anyone else want to take action in the third round?
Anybody
Heals.
else need healing?
Yeah, Airdrin will come up into the room, and he'll come up to Ashrael. I still got some arrows from those damn war, horse demon things.
How badly are you hurt, my child?
Not too
Baron
much.
pulls one of the arrows out.
Ugh.
How does it feel now?
Not too much, just a bit.
All right, he'll cast Cure Light on.
Anything else during that round?
Nope, that'll be it for me.
Yeah, same.
All right. So it's 11:03. It's the fourth round. Asher and company got Anatar up first.
Anatar's
For his
going for
fourth.
the gold ring from the NPC party samurai.
This ring enables its wearer to exercise complete control over mammals with intelligence of 4 or less, animal or semi-intelligent mammals. Up to 30 hit dice of mammals can be controlled. The wearer's control over creatures is so great he can even command them to kill themselves, but complete concentration is required. Note, the ring does not affect bird-mammal combinations, humans, semi-humans, and monsters such as Lamassu, Shidu, Manticores, etc. If the DM is in doubt about whether any creature can be controlled by the wearer of this ring, assume it can't be controlled. So that literally means only animal mammals, not, half-orcs, humans, monsters that happen to be part mammal.
But I can be
enemies.
a rat queen.
Yes, you can be a rat queen, a bat queen, a cat queen.
Gargamon will say, "Oh, I got a ring like that."
He does?
He does.
Yeah.
Anybody want to lay claim to that? Also, what's the name of the ring?
It's a ring of mammal control.
Yeah, he definitely has one of those.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. You can have one of your people get that.
Tenzi, you haven't taken anything. Any interest in that?
I guess I would give it to Zalman so he could maybe be a wolf king.
Yes! I'll look up how to spell his name. Pretty sure I wrote Zal Almond.
Zaw almond.
It's pretty close, actually.
And it would be appropriate too, because paladin is like, oh, calm the animal down instead of killing them.
Yep. Right. And then I'm gonna have Aranglor look at the serpentine owl from the NPC party Wujen.
This is like the fourth one of these I have given out. For some reason, I keep rolling the owl.
Oh, this one's variable.
Well, yeah, we've had them before. The identify allows us to figure out like what the secret word is. Otherwise, it's just a statue.
Yeah.
Okay. There are several kinds of figurines of wondrous power. Each appears to be a tiny statuette of an animal an inch or so high. When the figurine is tossed down and a command word spoken, it becomes a living animal of normal size except when noted below. The animal obeys and serves its owner. If a figurine of wondrous power is broken or destroyed in its statuette form, it is forever ruined. All magic is lost, and it has no power. If slain in animal form, the figurine simply reverts to a statuette and can be used again at a later time. A serpentine owl becomes a normal-sized horned owl. AC 7, move 24, 2d2 hit points, 1d2, 1d2 points of damage when attacking. If its possessor so commands, it can become a giant owl if its owner so requires. The maximum duration of the transformation is 8 hours in either case. However, after 3 transformations into giant owl form, the statuette loses all of its magical properties. The normal-sized form of the magical statuette moves with 95% silence, has infravision to 90 feet, and can see in normal above-ground darkness as if it were full light and twice as well as a human. Its hearing is so keen, it can detect a mouse moving up to 60 feet away. Anyone or anything trying to move silently has his or its chance reduced 50% against the serpentine owl in smaller form. So the normal-sized horned owl. Furthermore, the owl can and will communicate with its owner by telepathic means, informing him of all it sees and hears within the limitations of its intelligence. If commanded to giant size, a serpentine owl is in all respects the same as a giant owl. For information, see owl, giant in the Monstrous Compendium. As with most other figurines of wondrous power, this one readily obeys all commands of its owner. And I don't know why they call it a serpentine owl.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Because
no, it's a snake.
yeah, when it's in giant owl form, it says it's literally the same as its small form. So it's not serpentine at all. It's just a fucking owl.
And sometimes a big owl.
Yeah, I always thought it just meant that's how the figurine looked, like the serpentine type of carving into it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't make any damn sense at all.
Yes. I mean, it would have made sense if they described the large version as like, oh, it's got a snake tail.
Right.
Or something.
That's animal-y too. Does Solomon want that?
No, he's getting close to his limit on magic items, but I
I
guess
forgot he had one. Okay.
But I guess Tenzi will take it, and he'll probably use it when he stands watch. Is probably his thing he'll do.
Good with me. And that should be it for that round.
Okay. That was Caranglor?
Caranglor, yes.
Okay, that was the 4th round too, right?
Mhm.
Alright, anyone else want to do anything during that round?
Erdrin could do just a little more healing.
A cure light.
Yeah.
There you go, my son.
Heck yeah, it's much better.
And end of round. And back to Anatar, 5th round of identification.
Let's do the horseshoes from the front entrance meeting room.
Okay.
I'm going to put on Tenzi's sheet, even though he's not here, assuming that eventually he will get it. Is that okay?
What, the horseshoes?
The
No,
figurine.
the owl.
Oh. Alright, these iron shoes can be affixed like normal horseshoes, but they allow a horse to travel without actually touching the ground. Among other things, this means water can be crossed, passed over without effort, and movement is possible without leaving tracks on any sort of ground. The horse is able to move at normal speeds, and it will not tire for as long as 12 hours continuous riding per day when wearing these magical horseshoes, which is the normal amount. These are the horseshoes of a Zephyr. Zephyr.
Thank you.
Cool.
Neat. Who wants these bad boys? Not everybody wants.
Can we maybe I'm thinking about it. Can we maybe just set that aside for now, though, and think about it later?
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
and
we can always sell stuff too.
that's true. Yeah, I'm moving some stuff to a separate list so that Josh can look and see which ones are supposed to get XP once we're done. All right, and then let's see. Caranglor will do the Scroll of Protection from the Dace Room, the Northern. or bad.
Action from everything.
Guys, there's a reason I'm saving the potions for last.
Okay. When this scroll is read, a 5-foot radius circle of protection extends forth and moves with the reader. It protects everyone within it from all physical attacks made by undead, ghast, ghouls, ghosts, shadows, skeletons, specters, wights, wraiths, vampires, zombies, etc., but not magical spells or other attack forms. If a creature leaves the protected area, it is subject to physical attack. The protection restrains up to 35 hit dice or levels of undead. Excess hit dice or levels can pass through the circle. It remains in effect for 10d8 rounds. Some protection scrolls of this nature protect only against certain types of undead, one or more rather than all undead, at the DM's option. See Potions Undead Control for a die roll table. Reading time is 4, so it has a basically like a weapon speed of 4.
Mm-hmm. And what is that called?
The Scroll of Protection from Undead.
Nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a magic item, not a spell. Like it took, magic paper and magic ink to make or whatever.
Okay.
And then somebody probably had to, cast spells on it and stuff. And then, boom, it was a scroll.
That sing to anybody? Or we want to come back to it?
Let's get back to that one.
Okay. And Karen Glore is going to do the protection scroll from the Beholder Annex.
Okay. Beholder Annex. And what was the next one?
The protection scroll from the Beholder Annex treasure.
Okay. There we go. This one has a reading time of 3. The protection afforded by this scroll extends only to the reader. No form of poison, ingested, contacted, breathed, etc., will affect a protected individual, and any poison in the reader's system is permanently neutralized. The protection otherwise lasts 1d10 plus 2 rounds. Reading time is 3. So if someone gets poisoned, you don't have any other options. There's always this. Plus they stay protected 1d10 plus 2 rounds. Or if you're about to fight something that you know is like really poisonous, like giant spiders or something that can kill you with poison.
Okay, yeah. So presumably that's called the Scroll of Protection from Poison?
Yes, this is the Scroll of Protection from Poison.
I guessed that. Okay.
Yes.
That'll be all for this round.
Alright. And that was the 5th round. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be the 6th.
Any... No, it was the 5th because I'm watching the
3,
time.
4.
You guys started
Okay.
at 10:59, and this is the 4th. Well, at
Okay, yeah.
sorry, at 11 o'clock, and this is 11:04. So 11 o'clock, 11:01, 11:02, 11:03, 11:04. 5th round.
Okay, somehow I ended up with an extra item. Should only have 10 done, and I have 11. Okay.
Any healing spells? Anything anyone wants to do?
No, should not. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Chandra.
Sorry.
Yeah, Erdrin will say, can I get a little more? Got a couple scratches still.
All right, my child, and he'll do another cure light. Nope.
Alright. Erdrin looks peachy clean now.
All right. Next round, and this is Anatar's 6th round of identification. What do you want him to identify?
Let's do the medium shield from the. Actually, that one's. Yeah. Let's do the medium shield from the front entrance meeting room.
It is a magic shield, but if you haven't cast,
Faint enchantment.
yeah, that means it's a it's a medium shield plus 2. That's what it means.
Excellent.
And Identify didn't give you any information on it other than like the history of
okay.
the shield.
All right. Well, don't spend too much time doing. All right. Let's see. Then. Yeah, we're just down to those potions that I'm saving, plus weapons and armor. Am I missing anything, guys?
I think that was most of the unique things.
Alright. Cool. I do still want to save those potions for last, because I think those are our biggest chance of something going wrong. All right, let's do the strong javelin from the dormitory, Merilith 2.
Dormitory, Maryland too.
Yeah.
And it was what item?
Javelin with strong magic detected.
That means it's a javelin +4. If it's strong magic,
Okay.
it's +4.
Yeah.
And the identify spell didn't identify it as like a special type of javelin.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a flame tongue javelin +4. Just a javelin +4.
Mainly just ruling that out at that point. At this point, yeah.
So that is, it's just like the one that Ryer has. Or is that the one Ryer was carrying?
That is the one Ryer's carrying.
Okay. I do believe there was another one somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, there was 2 in that hall.
Yeah. Was that Minotaur or Karen? It was Karangor. So that's it for that round.
Any healing spells?
Yeah, Chandrak will step forward and say, mind if I get just a little bit more?
Heal me up again, motherfucker.
Just a little bit. Couple scratches left.
There you go, my son. But I'm running near the end of those.
Thank you. I feel right as rain after that one.
No mo for you, my done.
That's all right. I'm feeling good now.
Man, my whole shit just broke. Like everything went black, and now it's like taking forever to reload. Wow, it is really. I'm just gonna grab another session of Chrome and stick it in here and launch it. It's not a good sign.
I remember you mentioning before a thing you can do is wear shields on your back. Would
Yeah.
Gargamond be able to wear the medium shield we found on his back?
Yeah. Yeah.
He could?
Yes. It gives you, because you have to strap it to your back, it gives you a permanent -2 to hit while you're wearing the shield on your back.
Mm-hmm. And you get the magic defense for it, right? So for saving throws.
I'm talking about when you attack somebody because you have something strapped to your back, you have a -2 to hit everything.
Oh.
It's a penalty for you to hit something because you have something strapped on your back. And then you get the you don't get the bonus from shield proficiency, but you get the bonus from the shield and you get the bonus from the magic to your back armor class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But also it would affect his saves too, right? Like it would
yes, but it wouldn't stack with certain things. Like it wouldn't stack with another shield. It wouldn't stack with like it stacks with armor only. That's all it stacks with. And then whichever shield is strongest takes precedence on saving throws. So if he had a body shield on his left arm that was +2, and he was wearing a +4 shield on his back, he would get the +4 to his armor class and the +4 to his saving throws, but it wouldn't stack with the other +2. The +4 on his back would overwrite the +2 on his arm. And he wouldn't get the armor class bonus to his front from the +4 shield on his back. So
Gargamon has +2 plate. So if he wears the shield on his back, would he get +4 to his saves then?
Depends on how strong the shield is.
Well, it's faint, right? So that's +2.
If it's +2 shield and +2 armor, then you get +4 to your saves, but only +2 to your front armor class, and +3 to your back armor class, and a permanent -2 to hit other creatures while you got the shield strapped on your back.
I think Gargamon would like to try that. I think that sounds pretty good.
Works for me.
Okay, so I think I'm all loaded. Yeah, alright. So end of round, this is the 6th round of identification, right? So Anatar...
I've identified 14 items, so it's gotta be more than that.
14 items?
Yeah. And one
including, yeah, so that would be 15.
Yeah.
Which would mean we're on...
I've ended up with too many somehow.
The 8th round. And it's Karenglor's turn.
Perfect. Alright, let's do... 9 and 10. Okay. Let's do the other strong javelin, the Marilith 1 demon meeting room. Presumably that's just another javelin +4, but just pulling out that it doesn't...
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Burst or something. Okay. Alright, and that'll be the end of 8 for me.
All right. Shandrek.
So, Ryer will come on in, and he'll say, "Hi, Ashriel. I'm a little. Do you have anything stronger than the weak cure? I'm kind of a little hurt."
It is my last of this type. Hopefully we will not need it today. And he'll cast a Cure Serious. There you go, my son.
Perfect. Thank you. That's much better.
And end of round. We're now in our 9th round of identification. First
Alright.
up is Anatar.
Let's do the set of 8 potions from the Beholder Annex treasure.
Alright, so you grab one of the potions out of that batch. Sample a little bit of its contents. Sippy, sippy. And before you take a sip, you notice that it is not a potion at all, but an oil. Usually oils are spread on the skin or on equipment. And in order to identify it, you would have to do one of those things.
Okay. He will spread a little bit on his thumb.
On his what?
Actually, let's make it a little bit on his shoulder. Spread a little on his shoulder. It's like just a little bit.
So he like takes his shirt off and puts it on his shoulder?
Yeah, it's not okay. Sorry. Let's make it his wrist. Has it on his wrist.
Okay. He puts a little bit of it on his wrist, and his identify spell ends immediately.
Okay.
And he is unable to figure out what it does.
Okay.
Other than, obviously, it ended his spell.
Does it hurt him?
No.
Is he okay?
He doesn't feel any pain or anything, and there are
Okay.
no obvious wounds.
Okay.
Could I make a request to have the trident done last as the last item? Is this the last round of it?
Karanglor
One more.
has 2 rounds left because this is
Yeah,
the
Karangor has 2 rounds. Yeah,
9th round.
but we will
Yeah, I was
get that
gonna
trident
suggest
done.
a trident.
We will get that trident done.
Okay.
Okay. So
Karanglor's next. Is that the item you want to
Yeah.
do?
let's do it. That's a strong trident from the dormitory Merilith 1.
Okay. What was the description of the magic item again?
Trident with strong magic detected from dormitory Merilith 1.
Okay. Did it say what kind of magic?
No.
Okay. Okay, Aquaman. This 3-tined fork atop a stout 6-foot-long rod appears to be a barbed military fork of some sort. However, its magical properties excuse me. Woo! Just had to sneeze all of a sudden.
That's it.
However, its magical properties enable its wielder to cause all fish within a 60-foot radius to roll saving throws versus spell. This uses 1 charge of the trident. Fish failing this throw are completely under empathic command and will not attack the possessor of the trident nor any creature within 10 feet of him. The wielder of the device can cause fish to move in whatever direction is desired and can convey messages of emotion, i.e. fear, hunger, anger, indifference, repletion, etc. Fish making their saving throw are free of empathic control, but they will not approach within 10 feet of the trident. In addition to ordinary fish, the trident affects sharks and eels. It doesn't affect mollusks, crustaceans, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and similar sorts of non-piscine marine creatures. A school of fish should be checked as a single entity, because that's how they're encountered, as a single entity. Trident of this type contains X amount of charges. It is otherwise a +1 magical weapon. So it is a +1 weapon, but because of the charm effect of it, it increased the power to, what was it, strong?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a Trident of Fish command, and it's just like Aquaman's Trident, like except for it's not made of solid gold.
Yeah.
But it makes you kind of Aquaman-y. Alright, anyone want to cast any spells for the end of the round?
Any more healing?
I'm good.
Okay. I'll save the last.
Alright. So, last round, and Anatar's spell is over. So he's now Oh, I'm so weak. And she probably wants to take a nap or something. And then, so Karen Glore has 1 round left of
Alright,
identification.
he'll give this oils another try. So he will take, I guess he'll take one of the lesser, weapons he has in front of him. Let's do the, Tonto with dim magic from the Marilith 2 and spread a little bit on that. From the demon meeting room, yeah.
You said Tonto what?
The Tonto, from the, sorry, he's doing the potions, but you said, oh sorry, the 8 oils that
Yeah.
ended Anatar's spell. He's still trying to figure that out. So it didn't work out the way they hoped when Anatar put it on his skin. So he's going to try to apply it to an item. So he's going to take one of these dim magic items. In this case, the Tonto from the Marilith 2 in the demon meeting room, and put a little bit on that.
Okay. So he spread some of the oil onto the Tonto.
Uh-huh.
And physically, like, nothing happens.
Okay.
Like, you can't... Nothing changes.
Alright. Yeah, he doesn't really have a lot of time for somebody to come do another detect magic on it. I guess that'll be the end of his identify spell, and he'll take it with him. And
It being the
have something-
Tonto or it being the oil?
He'll take the Tonto with him, and he's gonna see if maybe it like ended the magic that we had detected on that.
You said you're gonna cast a detect magic spell, and
He doesn't have that on him, so
Oh.
he's gonna take it inside to Shandrak and ask Shandrak to do it.
okay.
Oh, not yet.
I can check that out for you.
But yeah, that'll be all he can do as far as the identify spell. Because by the time Shandrak gets a chance to look at it, it'll be too many rounds.
Okay. Next
This
up,
mystery will go on to another day.
yeah. Next up is Shandrak.
Hearing about the mystery oil, hearing about him want to check the Tonto out again, Shandrak will tap his staff in the ground and cast detect magic.
Okay. Roll a dexterity check with a just roll a regular dexterity check. You should pass. You're very, very, very coordinated. All right. So yeah, you position the Tonto in just such a way, and then you cast your spell and are able to line up your spell with just the Tonto, and you don't detect any magic coming from that direction.
And Shandrak will turn to Karen Glor and be like, "Are you sure this is one of the things we had magic on? Doesn't seem magical right now."
I am certain I would not make a mistake of this nature. Are you accusing me of carelessness?
No, no, no. I'm just telling you. I don't see any magic coming from the bed where I put the Tonto down.
Those as oils have had some sort of effect to take away its magic. I cannot say whether it is permanent or temporary.
It's a good question. We'll leave this Tonto on the bed, and I'll check that later, see if the magic comes back.
And Ashrail and Company.
It's resting. Unless I don't see the line that hasn't formed, so looks like we're done for the day.
Yeah. And end of round, and that is where we'll end our session. So I'll bring you back
Lots
to
of goodies.
yeah, including another luck blade with wishes. Wishes.
Yeah. And I'm also happy for that little +1 to saves. 'Cause that's the first magic adjustment he gets. Chandrak has for that. Because he don't got no magic armor or nothing like that, so he'll take that +1 to saves.
Oh, from the
From
brooch?
The sword, the luck blade.
Oh, the sword, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing giving me a little bonus to my saves now. So.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
a nice
just
bonus.
holding it.
Yeah, so that's on my right hip now.
Yeah. Okay. Probably nobody gained a level because there was only probably a couple thousand experience points from. Oh, who grabbed which items? I got to give you guys experience for magic items.
1 second.
So the trident, that's kind of an interesting item. I think we should maybe just save that one. Like that seems like a good gift item, like maybe to give like to Landrick or something.
Yeah, or if you met a priest of Poseidon or something.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That would be yeah.
Or Captain
Josh,
One Eye and Aquabelia.
Yeah.
Josh, I put something in Discord saying who took what.
Okay. Girdle of Giant Strength. Girdle of Giant Strength. That's worth 2,000 points.
Nice.
Thank you.
The Luck Blade. Let's see.
Yeah, Chandrak, I've been given some thought. I'm like, depending on how much I can sell the Caravel for, I'm like 6,000 gold away from being able to buy a galleon. I've been given some thought to dedicating a room in it to like an armory that we could, trade as
yeah.
or outfit.
Luck Blade's worth 1,000. Luck Blade's worth 1,000.
Okay.
The Wand of
I can see that.
Magic.
Half the armory, the identified magic items, the other half the unidentified ones.
Wand of Magic Detection is worth 2,500.
That's to Jim, right?
Yes, thank you.
The Brooch of Shielding.
I'm sorry. How much did you say the wand was for?
2,500 Magic Detection.
Thank you. Thank you.
The brooch of shielding is worth 1,000.
Thank you.
The horn of blasting is worth 1,000. 1,000.
Okay.
The ring of mammal control is worth 1,000. The serpentine owl per hit die of the figurine. Serpentine owl is worth 200 points. Oh. The javelin plus 4. Is worth 2,000 points. And the medium shield plus 2 is worth 1,000 points. So again, that's the girdle of stone giant strength, the luck blade scimitar, the wander of magic detection, bejeweled brooch of shielding, horn of blasting, ring of mammal control, serpentine owl, javelin plus 4, and medium shield plus 2. Did anyone else claim any other magic items?
No, the rest have not been allocated.
Okay.
I'll take the horseshoes of Zephyr.
There you go.
Okay, the horseshoes of Zephyr. Horseshoes of Zephyr are worth 1,500.
Okay. Does maybe Tenzi want one of the protection scrolls or both of them?
I don't think he can use the undead one because he's more likely to be smashing undead than.
That's true.
I was thinking maybe someone like Jim or someone who doesn't always go to the front that would help protect him if any undead got past the front line.
Yeah, the only argument I would make for giving at least one to Jim is that is in terms of our characters, he's the one who's probably contributing the least to action economy. He doesn't have a lot to do a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can take the undead scroll.
Okay, thank you.
Jim's spell list is kind of goofy, and he can only use like wooden weapons, like
Yeah.
clubs and staves.
He has some limiting factors. But he's great when you get hurt.
Yeah. He might actually, let's see, can he use a staff? He can use clubs and cudgels and staves. Yeah. He might actually do better with a staff than with anything else because a lot of the staves are like they do shit tons of damage. Like the staff of it's like a staff of smiting. What was it? Staff of striking, priest and wizard. The Oaken Staff is the equivalent of +3 magic weapon. If the weapon versus armor type adjustment is used, the Staff of Striking is treated as the most favorable weapon type versus any armor. It causes 1d6 plus 3 points of damage when a hit is scored. This expends a charge. If 2 charges are expended, bonus damage is doubled, 1d6 plus 6. If 3 charges are expended, bonus damage is tripled, 1d6 plus 9. No more than 3 charges can be expended per strike, and the staff can be recharged. And then priests can also use Staff of Command, Staff of Curing, Staff of the Serpent, Staff of Slinging, Staff Spear, because anyone can use it, the Staff Mace, because anyone can use that, Staff of Swarming Insects, Staff of Thunder and Lightning, Staff of Withering, and Staff of the Woodlands is Druid only. Staff of Withering is pretty cool. It ages people. And you can like rot their arms off and shit.
That's neat.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what it sounds like with withering.
Yeah.
Is the
Go ahead.
is there an XP bonus for the scroll of protection from undead?
More than likely, most
Okay.
magic items do protection from undead. Yeah, it's 1500.
Sweet, thank you.
Did anyone take the protection from scroll protection from poison?
I'd like to take that if no one's objects.
Anybody?
That one's 1,000.
All right.
Supposedly, I'm supposed to give those bonuses to the wizard who identifies them for risking their life and identifying shit, but I've always given it to the person who takes it.
Not by me.
Anything else? Did you guys total up your XP and all that?
Yeah. What was the horseshoes? How much XP was that?
Horseshoes of the Zephyr?
Yeah.
1,500.
Okay.
All right. Looks like our viewers have all scrambled away. Wow. Anna B. Meyer. There we go. I guess we'll raid into Anna B. Oh, hey, Sacco Tuesday's still there.
Hey,
Yeah,
Thacker
well-
Tuesday.
We'll raid into Anna B. Meyer. You get an extra 200 points, Sacco Tuesday, if you stick with the raid. Why didn't... Oh, she's not accepting raids. That's right. You can turn raids off now. Yeah. Well, I guess we don't really need to raid anyone. Search for some... Let's search for somebody playing Hyrule Warriors. Cool Von Rad is playing Hyrule Warriors. All right. It's a fun game on the Switch. It's Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition is the one I have on Switch. It's fun.
Nice.
I watched the first 3 episodes of Acolyte. I don't like it. It's getting really bad reviews too. I think it's because Dave Filoni has nothing to do with it. Like all the other shows so far were Dave Filoni, and this one it's like a whole different crew, different writer, different director, all that, and it just like bleh, I don't like it. All right, here we go. And